Hey everyone. Tonight, we're ascending into the most mysterious, haunting, and utterly terrifying secrets that our mountains hold. From ancient entities that shouldn't exist to hikers who vanish without explanation. From hidden cities lost to time to sounds so horrifying they've kept scientists awake at night. Mountains cover over 20% of our planet's land surface, yet we've truly explored only a fraction of what they conceal. That means there's a whole world up there waiting in the mist filled with mysteries that would make your worst nightmares seem like pleasant bedtime stories. So before we climb into these foggy heights together, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy venturing into the unknown with me. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's brave enough to join us on these midnight journeys into the alpine abyss. Now dim the lights, maybe grab a warm blanket, and let's ease into tonight's exploration of the mountain's darkest secrets. When you think of mountains, you might picture majestic peaks, crystal clear streams, and maybe a family of deer grazing peacefully in a sunlit meadow. But tonight, we're going somewhere else entirely. We're going to the places where light is swallowed by fog, where the air is so thin it makes your mind play tricks on you, and where things exist that modern science has yet to acknowledge. Mountains aren't just rock and snow. They're ancient, three-dimensional realms that exist right here on our planet, filled with phenomena so bizarre they seem to defy the very laws of nature as we understand them. Picture this. You're hiking alone on a mountain trail as dusk approaches. The sky grows dim, and a mist begins to roll in, transforming familiar surroundings into something otherworldly. But around you, stretching up for thousands of feet, are walls of stone that have witnessed the birth and death of countless civilizations. And in that mist, things are moving, things are watching. Things are waiting. The mountains don't care about your fears or your comfort zone. They operate by rules so ancient that even our most advanced science struggles to understand them. Up there on the highest peaks, the air contains less than half the oxygen you're breathing right now. It would be like trying to run a marathon while breathing through a straw. And yet life persists there. Not just survives, persists. Creatures that have adapted to extreme cold, to thin air, to isolation so profound that they might as well be living on another planet entirely. Some of them have evolved in complete isolation for thousands of years, creating species that exist nowhere else on Earth. Others seem to appear and disappear with the mist itself, as if stepping between our world and somewhere else entirely. But here's what really keeps mountaineers and researchers awake at night. We keep finding anomalies up there, unexplained phenomena, mysterious disappearances, and encounters that challenge everything we thought we knew about reality itself. Every expedition brings back stories that sound like they crawled out of someone's fever dream. And for every explained mystery, 10 more questions arise. The mountains have been keeping secrets for millions of years, and they're not about to give them up easily. They guard their mysteries jealously, hidden behind walls of stone, shrouded in mist and cloud, protected by weather that can turn deadly in minutes. But tonight, we're going to climb up into that primordial world and explore some of the most spine-tingling, sleep-disrupting, absolutely fascinating mysteries that lurk in the heights. Because if you think you know what's scary, wait until you hear about what's been watching from the peaks and ridges all this time, silently observing as civilizations rise and fall. And the really unsettling part? We're just beginning to scratch the surface. Let's start our journey in a place that has earned the ominous nickname, the Mountain of Death. Huascaran, located in the Peruvian Andes, is the highest peak in the tropics, reaching over 22,000 feet into the sky. To put that in perspective, commercial airplanes often cruise at around 35,000 feet. This mountain isn't just tall, it's deadly. The combination of extreme altitude, unpredictable weather, and treacherous terrain has claimed hundreds of lives over the years. But there's something else about Huascaran, something that goes beyond the normal dangers of mountaineering. There are stories, whispered by local guides and etched into the folklore of nearby villages, about people who climb up and never come back down. Not because they fall, not because they freeze, but because they disappear, as if the mountain itself has swallowed them whole. In 1989, a group of experienced climbers set out to reach the summit. They were well-equipped, well-trained, and knew the mountain's dangers intimately. 3 days into their climb, they radioed base camp to report good conditions and high spirits. That was the last anyone ever heard from them. A search party found their camp intact. Minute food still cooking on portable stoves, sleeping bags laid out, equipment neatly arranged. But the climbers themselves? Gone. Vanished without a trace, without a struggle, without an explanation. The indigenous Quechua people who have lived in the shadow of Huascaran for thousands of years have their own explanation. They believe the mountain is not just a formation of rock and ice, but a conscious entity, an ancient being that occasionally demands sacrifice. They tell stories of strange lights seen dancing around the peak on moonless nights, of voices that call out from empty ravines, of time that seems to flow differently the higher you climb. Scientists, of course, have more rational explanations. Hidden crevasses, sudden avalanches, the disorienting effects of altitude sickness. But these explanations feel hollow when confronted with the sheer number of anomalous disappearances, with the consistency of witness testimonies across centuries, with the strange fact that bodies are almost never recovered, as if the mountain has decided to keep them. What's particularly unsettling about Huascaran is how it seems to toy with those who challenge it. Climbers report equipment that mysteriously fails, despite meticulous preparation, compass needles that spin wildly for no apparent reason, GPS systems that show impossible locations. Some have described the sensation of being watched, followed, stalked by something they can never quite see. Just a shadow at the edge of vision, a movement in the mist, a feeling of presence that raises the hair on the back of their necks. And then there are the sounds. On still nights when the wind dies down and the mountain should be silent, save for the occasional crack of shifting ice, climbers have reported hearing things that shouldn't be there. Whispers in languages no one recognizes. Rhythmic drumming that seems to come from inside the mountain itself. And most disturbing of all, the sound of footsteps crunching on snow when no one else is there. Footsteps that circle tents in the dead of night, that approach and retreat. That sometimes stop right outside the thin fabric barrier between a climber and whatever walks the slopes after dark. What makes this even more chilling is that these reports don't come from amateur hikers, prone to exaggeration or easily rattled by the normal sounds of the wilderness. These testimonies come from hardened mountaineers, from people who have conquered some of the world's most challenging peaks, from rational minds not given to fantasy or superstition. These are people who know mountains, who understand their dangers and their majesty. And something about Huascaran makes them afraid in a way that no other mountain does. Could it be, as some anthropologists suggest, that the mountain's fearsome reputation is simply the accumulation of centuries of folklore, of stories told and retold until they take on a life of their own? Or is there something else at work here, something older and stranger than our modern minds are comfortable acknowledging? The Quechua have another story, one that they're reluctant to share with outsiders. They speak of a time long ago when their ancestors witnessed something descend from the sky and disappear into Huascaran's peak. Whatever it was, they say it's still there, still awake, still watching. And sometimes, when it grows hungry, or curious, or simply bored, it reaches out to touch the tiny humans that crawl upon its surface, plucking them from our world and into somewhere else. Is this just a primitive attempt to explain the mountain's natural dangers? Perhaps. But then again, perhaps our modern explanations are equally primitive, equally inadequate when faced with something as ancient and inscrutable as a mountain that has stood watch over the earth for millions of years. The truth about Huascaran, like the mountain itself, remains shrouded in mist and mystery. And maybe that's how it should be. Because sometimes, the most terrifying possibility isn't that there's something supernatural stalking the slopes of this deadly peak. The most terrifying possibility is that there's something completely natural about it, something that exists within the normal framework of our world, but beyond the limits of our understanding. Something that watches and waits and occasionally, when the conditions are just right, reaches out to remind us how small we truly are. Let's drift away from Peru and journey northward to a place where the mountains hold different, but equally chilling secrets. The Cascade Range stretches along the western edge of North America, from British Columbia down through Washington, Oregon, and into Northern California. These mountains are younger than the Andes, more volatile, shaped by fire rather than ice. And within this range lies a particular peak that has earned a reputation among hikers and campers as a place where reality itself seems to thin, Mount Shasta. Standing at over 14,000 feet, this potentially active volcano has long been a site of strange occurrences and inexplicable phenomena. Unlike Huascaran, which seems to swallow people without a trace, Mount Shasta is known for something quite different. People who shouldn't exist, but do. The first documented strange encounter on Mount Shasta dates back to 1884, when a group of hunters reported coming across a settlement high on the mountain slopes, a settlement that, according to all official records, shouldn't have existed. They described stone buildings of unusual architecture, inhabited by people dressed in strange, flowing robes, who spoke a language none of the hunters recognized. When the hunters tried to approach, the settlement and its inhabitants seemed to shimmer and fade into the mist, as if they were never there at all. This would be easy to dismiss as a tall tale, the kind of story hunters might invent around a campfire, except for one unsettling detail. Over the next 140 years, dozens of hikers, climbers, and campers would report nearly identical experiences. The descriptions are remarkably consistent. Midas stone structures that don't match any known Native American or European architectural style. Tall, serene-looking inhabitants in flowing garments. A sense of having stumbled across something that exists just slightly out of phase with our normal reality. The indigenous Wintu people who have lived in the shadow of Mount Shasta for thousands of years have their own name for these mysterious inhabitants. They call them the Shining Ones, and far from fearing them, the Wintu revere them as guardians of ancient wisdom, as beings who exist simultaneously in our world and somewhere else. According to Wintu legend, the Shining Ones have lived inside Mount Shasta since the beginning of time, emerging occasionally to observe the world of humans or to help those who have become lost on the mountain's vast slopes. Modern paranormal researchers have latched onto these stories, connecting them to theories about everything from interdimensional beings to lost civilizations. Some believe Mount Shasta contains entrances to the legendary kingdom of Lemuria, a supposed lost continent in the Pacific Ocean. Others suggest it's home to a secret society of advanced humans who have chosen to remove themselves from our civilization. Scientists predictably have more mundane explanations. The thin air at high altitudes can cause hypoxia, which in turn can lead to hallucinations. The mountain's frequent mists and unusual light conditions can create optical illusions. The power of suggestion, combined with Mount Shasta's reputation, might prime visitors to see things that aren't really there. But these explanations struggle to account for the consistency of the reports across generations, from witnesses who had no knowledge of previous sightings, who came from different cultural backgrounds, who had no reason to fabricate such specific and unusual encounters. What's particularly interesting about Mount Shasta's mysteries is how benign they seem compared to the malevolent reputation of places like Huascarán. People who report encounters with the Shining Ones often describe feelings of peace, of profound tranquility, of having briefly glimpsed something beautiful rather than something terrifying. Many report that after such encounters, they found their way back to safety, despite being previously lost or disoriented. Some even claim remarkable recoveries from injuries or illnesses following their experiences on the mountain. This benevolence, however, doesn't make the mystery any less unsettling. If anything, it deepens the questions. What are these beings if they exist at all? Why do they reveal themselves to some travelers but not others? What is their connection to this particular mountain, out of all the peaks in the world? One of the most detailed accounts comes from a forest ranger who in 1976 was caught in a sudden snowstorm while patrolling the mountain's upper slopes. Disoriented and in danger of freezing to death, he stumbled upon what he initially thought was a cabin as a potential lifesaver in his desperate situation. But as he approached, he realized it was something else entirely, a structure built of a material that looked like marble but seemed to glow with a faint inner light despite the darkness of the storm. Before he could reach it, a figure emerged, tall, with features that the ranger described as almost too perfect to be human, dressed in a garment that seemed to shimmer with its own luminescence. The figure didn't speak but gestured for the ranger to follow, leading him not to the strange building, but down a path that the ranger swore hadn't been there moments before. After walking for what felt like minutes, but somehow brought him miles down the mountain, the figure simply nodded once and disappeared into the swirling snow. The ranger found himself at the edge of the Forest Service road, within sight of his own vehicle, saved from what would have otherwise been a certain death. The ranger, a practical man not given to flights of fancy, included this experience in his official report, then immediately requested a transfer to another location. When asked why, years later, he said simply, "Because I no longer felt alone out there. And I no longer knew if that was a comfort or a terror." This sense of an intelligent, watching presence seems to permeate Mount Shasta. Hikers report electronic equipment that functions perfectly one moment and fails inexplicably the next. Compasses that suddenly spin wildly. Watches that run backward or stop altogether. GPS systems that show impossible locations, while sometimes placing hikers miles out to sea, sometimes on different continents entirely. It's as if the normal rules of reality become flexible around this mountain, bending and stretching in ways our instruments can detect, but our minds struggle to comprehend. Perhaps most bizarre are the reports of time distortion. Climbers have described setting out for what should have been a 2-hour hike, only to return and discover that either minutes or days have passed in the world below, though their own experience felt normal. Some have reported watching clouds move at impossible speeds, or the sun and moon tracking across the sky faster than they should. Others describe the opposite, moments that seem to stretch, where a sunset might last for hours, where the light holds a quality that doesn't match the time of day it should be. In 2012, a group of geology students conducting research on the mountain's volcanic activity set up time-lapse cameras to record cloud formations over a 24-hour period. When they reviewed the footage, they found something inexplicable. At certain times, the clouds appeared to form perfect geometric patterns, circles, triangles, the spirals miles holding these shapes for minutes before dissolving back into natural formations. The footage was analyzed by meteorologists who could offer no explanation for the phenomenon. The university subsequently declined to publish the research, citing inconclusive data, though rumors persist that the actual reason was fear of ridicule from the scientific community. Is Mount Shasta home to a hidden civilization of advanced beings? Is it a place where the barrier between dimensions grows thin? Is it simply a mountain whose natural properties create the perfect conditions for shared hallucinations and optical illusions? Or is it something else entirely? Something beyond our current capacity to explain or understand. Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains elusive, hidden behind mist and cloud, protected by terrain that resists easy exploration, shrouded in stories that blur the line between fact and folklore. And perhaps that's part of the mountain's enduring power. The sense that just beyond what we can see and touch and measure, there exists something more. Something waiting to be discovered by those brave or fortunate enough to glimpse behind the veil of ordinary reality. As we leave Mount Shasta behind, let's drift eastward, across the vast interior of North America to a range even older, and in some ways, even stranger, the Appalachian Mountains. While not as tall or dramatic as the Rockies or the Cascades, what the Appalachians lack in height, they make up for in age and mystery. These mountains are ancient mammoth-formed, roughly 480 million years ago. They're among the oldest mountains on Earth, worn down by nearly 500 million years of wind and rain and time. And within this venerable range lies a particular region that has earned a reputation as one of the most mysterious and unsettling places in North America, the Great Smoky Mountains, and specifically, an area deep within them, known locally as the Dark Walk. Unlike Huascaran with its disappearances or Mount Shasta with its benevolent beings, the mysteries of the Dark Walk are more subtle, more insidious, more persistent. This remote valley, accessible only by a single narrow trail that doesn't appear on most official maps, has been the site of reports so consistent and so disturbing that local rangers informally warned hikers away from it, though they're careful never to put these warnings in writing. The first documented strange occurrence in the Dark Walk comes from a surveyor's journal dated 1911. The man employed by a logging company to assess timber resources described entering a valley where the quality of light seems wrong, as if filtered through something that removes its warmth and vitality. He noted that despite it being midsummer, the temperature in the valley was noticeably colder than the surrounding areas, and that there was a complete absence of wildlife, no birds singing, no insects buzzing, not even the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Most disturbing was his description of the trees themselves. They grow in configurations that seem deliberate, he wrote, as if arranged by some intelligence with a purpose I cannot fathom. Many are contorted into shapes that suggest figures frozen in attitudes of agony or supplication. The surveyor left the valley before completing his assessment, writing that no timber is worth the profound disquiet this place instills in the human heart. In the century since, the reports from those who stumble upon the Dark Walk have remained remarkably consistent. The unnatural silence, the cold that seems to seep into bones, the trees that, in the words of one hiker from 1978, look like they're trying to become something else. Something with limbs and intent. But what elevates the Dark Walk from merely eerie to truly terrifying are the experiences people report after leaving it. Many describe a lingering sense of being followed, of being watched by something that followed them out of the valley. Some report seeing movement just at the edge of their vision, never directly, never clearly, but persistent. A shadow that shouldn't be there, a figure that vanishes when looked at directly. A presence felt rather than seen. Others describe dreams vivid, recurring nightmares in which they're back in the valley, but this time they're not alone. Something moves among the twisted trees, something that knows they've seen it and wants them to return. In these dreams, the dreamer knows with absolute certainty that if they go back to the Dark Walk, they'll discover what lurks there macabre, but they also know they won't survive the revelation. Most disturbing are the physical phenomena. Hikers who spent even a brief time in the valley report finding unusual marks on their skin in the days and weeks following their visit, white patterns of small bruises that form geometric shapes, rashes that appear and disappear without apparent cause, small puncture wounds like insect bites that never fully heal. Electronic devices that were carried into the Dark Walk often malfunction. Afterward, batteries that drain inexplicably fast, screens that display momentary glitches, cameras that capture images with strange distortions, or in some cases with figures in the background that weren't visible when the photo was taken. In 1993, a team of ecologists from the University of Tennessee decided to conduct a formal study of the valley, intrigued by reports of its unusual microclimate and lack of wildlife. They set up camp at the valley's edge, planning a 2-week survey of its ecosystem. 3 days into their study, they abruptly packed up and left. When pressed for an explanation by their department head, the team leader would say only that they had encountered conditions that made accurate scientific observation impossible. The team's equipment and samples were reportedly destroyed rather than returned to the university. And none of the team members would agree to be interviewed about their experience. The indigenous Cherokee people who lived in these mountains for thousands of years before European settlement knew of the valley and avoided it completely. They called it Envita Tsviji, which roughly translates to the place of twisted shadows. According to Cherokee oral tradition, the valley was the site of an ancient battle between good and evil spirits, a battle that ended not in victory for either side, but in a kind of stalemate, a wound in the world that never properly healed. Cherokee medicine men tell of a time when a powerful shaman entered the valley to try to cleanse it of its malevolent energy. He never emerged, but for 7 nights afterward, his screams could be heard echoing through the surrounding mountains, his screams that gradually became less human with each passing night. Modern paranormal researchers have various theories about the Dark Walk. Some believe it's a thin spot where a dimension overlaps with another. Some suggest it's the site of secret government experiments in psychological warfare or exotic physics. Others propose more supernatural explanations, a place haunted by entities neither alive nor dead, a place where something ancient and malevolent is imprisoned but not powerless. Scientists who've heard the stories generally point to more mundane explanations. The valley's geography could create unusual acoustic effects, explaining the unnatural silence. Its orientation might block normal airflow, leading to the persistent cold. The twisted trees could be the result of some localized plant disease or genetic mutation. The psychological effects reported by visitors could be the result of toxic spores or gases released by fungi or decaying plant matter, essentially a natural hallucinogen. But these explanations struggle to account for the consistency of the experiences across decades, from witnesses with no knowledge of previous reports. They don't explain why animals instinctively avoid the area, why technology fails there in specific and repeatable ways, why the effects seem to linger long after visitors have left the valley behind. Perhaps most telling is the fact that despite the valleys not appearing on official maps, despite there being no formal warnings or restrictions about entering it, park rangers in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park know exactly where it is and subtly redirect hikers who seem to be heading in its direction. Just doing them a favor, one retired ranger explained off the record. Some places should be left alone. That's one of them. What makes the Dark Walk particularly unsettling is how unspectacular it appears at first glance. It's not a towering peak or a dramatic vista. It's just a valley, a bit darker than it should be, perhaps, a bit quieter, a bit colder. Its horror is subtle, patient, insidious. It doesn't announce itself with thunderstorms or supernatural displays. It simply waits, knowing that occasionally someone will wander in, unaware of what awaits them, not just in the valley itself, but in the days and weeks and years that follow. When they realize that something from the Dark Walk has attached itself to them, has followed them home, has taken up residence in the corners of their rooms and the shadows of their minds. Is the Dark Walk home to something genuinely supernatural? Is it the site of some ancient evil or cosmic accident? Or is it simply a place where natural phenomena combine to create an experience so unsettling that human minds construct supernatural explanations to make sense of it? Like so many mountain mysteries, the true nature of the Dark Walk remains hidden, protected by its remoteness, by the reluctance of those who've experienced it to return, by the absence of official acknowledgement that there's anything unusual about this particular valley at all. What we do know is that somewhere in the ancient folds of the Great Smoky Mountains, there's a place where the trees grow in ways they shouldn't, where the silence is too complete, where something waits in the shadows between the twisted trunks. And if you find yourself on a trail that seems to lead downward into unusual darkness, with the sounds of the forest gradually fading behind you, perhaps the wisest choice is to turn around and head back toward the light. Because some mysteries are best left unexplored, some questions best left unanswered, some places best left unvisited. Now let's journey across the ocean to a mountain range shrouded in myth, mystery, and millennium-old secrets, the Carpathians. Stretching in a great arc across Central and Eastern Europe, these mountains have witnessed the rise and fall of empires, have been the backdrop for countless legends, and have developed a reputation as one of the most supernaturally active regions in the world. While most people immediately associate the Carpathians with vampires and werewolves, thanks largely to Bram Stoker's Dracula and the region's rich folklore, the true mysteries of these mountains are far stranger and more unsettling than any fictional monster. Deep within the Romanian section of the Carpathians lies a remote area known locally as Podger e Show Aptelor, Manares, the Forest of Whispers. This dense woodland, which clings to the steep slopes of several converging mountain valleys, has been the site of unusual phenomena for as long as local records have been kept. The first written account comes from a Byzantine monk traveling through the region in 1037 CE. In his journal, he describes entering a forest where the trees themselves seem to speak, not with the normal rustling of leaves, but with voices that almost form words and languages I do not recognize. He noted that his guides refused to venture far into the wood, crossing themselves and muttering prayers as they hurried him along the path that skirted its edges. What makes the Forest of Whispers particularly unsettling is the specificity of the experiences reported by those who enter it. Unlike many haunted or mysterious locations where reports are vague, strange feelings, uneasy sensations, general dread, visitors to this forest describe remarkably similar and precise phenomena. The whispers begin subtly, nieces so faintly, that most hikers initially believe they're imagining things or hearing the wind through the leaves. But as they venture deeper, the sounds become more distinct, more undeniably vocal. They never quite resolve into comprehensible speech, remaining just at the edge of intelligibility, but their deliberate nature becomes impossible to deny. They seem to come from the spaces between trees, from the ground itself, from the air around the visitor, never from any specific location that can be approached or examined. More disturbing is the way the whispers seem to respond to thoughts rather than spoken words. Hikers report thinking of a question or concern, only to hear the whispers change in tone and rhythm, as if in direct response to their unspoken thoughts. Some describe the sensation as having their mind gently probed by something ancient and patient and not entirely benevolent. Local folklore holds that the whispers are the voices of those who have died in the forest over the centuries, travelers lost to cold or predators, soldiers from countless wars that have swept through the region, victims of the various political purges that have scarred Romanian history. According to these stories, the forest itself has somehow absorbed their final thoughts and continues to express them, a kind of organic recording medium that captures human consciousness at the moment of death. Scientists who've investigated the phenomenon, though few formal studies have been conducted, suggest that the forest's unusual acoustics, combined with specific wind patterns created by the converging mountain valleys, might create sounds that the human brain, ever eager to find patterns, interprets as whispers or voices. Some point to the potential presence of infrasound sound waves below the range of human hearing that can nevertheless create psychological and physiological effects, including feelings of dread and the sensation of a nearby presence. But these explanations struggle to account for the interactive nature of the experiences, the way the whispers seem to respond to individual thoughts, the consistency of the reports across centuries from people of widely varying backgrounds and expectations. In 1973, a team of researchers from the University of Bucharest set up a series of recording devices throughout the forest, hoping to capture the whispers and analyze them. What they recorded defied explanation. While the tapes contained no clear voices or speech, they did capture a consistent pattern of sounds that, when analyzed, displayed features normally associated only with artificial or biological communication, patterns too regular to be random noise, but too complex to be easily attributed to any known natural phenomenon. More disturbing were the gaps in the recordings periods where the equipment was clearly running, but no sound was captured at all, not even the normal background noise of the forest. These silent periods occurred at the exact times when team members reported hearing the whispers most clearly, as if whatever was generating the sounds was somehow able to communicate directly to human consciousness while avoiding mechanical recording. The research was discontinued after several team members developed severe insomnia and reported identical nightmares in which they were lost in an endless forest where the trees had human faces that whispered secrets the dreamers couldn't quite understand but knew were terrible beyond comprehension. What elevates the Forest of Whispers from merely eerie to truly terrifying are the effects reported by those who spend more than a few hours within its boundaries. They describe a gradual erosion of the sense of self, a growing difficulty in distinguishing between their own thoughts and the whispers, a sensation that their minds are being slowly hollowed out and filled with something else. Many report finding themselves standing still for long periods, unaware of how much time has passed, their attention completely absorbed by whispers that seem increasingly meaningful, increasingly irresistible. Local guides refuse to take visitors into the heart of the forest after midday, insisting that everyone must be out before sunset. When asked why, they explain that those who remain after dark sometimes don't come back at all, or worse, they do come back, but changed, their eyes vacant, their speech patterns altered, their personalities subtly but fundamentally different. In 2008, a wealthy businessman from Bucharest, fascinated by the legends surrounding the forest, offered a substantial reward to anyone willing to spend an entire night alone at its center. 3 people attempted the challenge. One returned before midnight, incoherent with terror, unable to articulate what had driven him out. One was found the next morning, physically unharmed but completely catatonic. He remains institutionalized, occasionally whispering in what linguists identify as a dialect of Romanian that has been extinct for over 600 years. The third was never found, despite an extensive search by authorities. The indigenous Roma people, who have lived in and around the Carpathians for centuries, have their own perspective on the Forest of Whispers. They believe it's a place where the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead becomes permeable, allowing communication between the two realms. But they warn that the voices in the forest aren't necessarily those of human dead. They could be entities that have never been human at all, using familiar forms of communication to establish contact for purposes unknowable but unlikely to benefit those who listen too closely. Romanian Orthodox priests in the region take the phenomena seriously enough that they perform regular blessings at the forest's edge, but will not enter it themselves. Some places, one elderly priest explained, stand outside God's dominion, not because he has abandoned them, but because they were never fully part of his creation to begin with. What makes the Forest of Whispers particularly unnerving is how unremarkable it appears visually. The trees are the same species found throughout the Carpathians. There are no obvious geological anomalies, no strange formations, no visible signs that this particular stretch of woodland is any different from the thousands of square miles of forest that blanket the mountains. Its mystery lies not in what can be seen, but in what can be heard, or perhaps more accurately, in what can be perceived by a sense that exists somewhere between hearing and thinking. A channel of perception that most humans rarely use, but that something in this forest knows how to access. Is the Forest of Whispers merely a place where unusual acoustic phenomena create the illusion of intelligent communication? Is it a location where some unknown aspect of physics or psychology creates experiences that seem supernatural but actually stem from natural causes we don't yet understand? Or is it something more, and a place where something ancient and not entirely benevolent reaches out to touch the minds of those who venture within its boundaries, for purposes we can only guess at? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains elusive, hidden among trees that have stood witness to centuries of human history, protected by local reluctance to speak too openly about phenomena that defy easy explanation, shrouded in folklore that might contain metaphorical truth, even if its details have been embellished over generations. What we do know is that somewhere in the ancient Carpathian mountains, there's a forest where something whispers to those who enter, where thoughts receive responses though no words are spoken aloud, where those who listen too long and too carefully may find something reaching back along the channel of communication, something that wants entry into minds too open to its insidious influence. And if you find yourself hiking in Romania and come across a forest where the silence seems expectant, where you begin to hear what sounds like distant whispers just at the edge of comprehension, perhaps the wisest choice is to turn around and seek less responsive terrain. Because some conversations are best left uninitiated, some questions best left unasked, some voices best left unheard. Let's continue our journey to a mountain range that stands as one of the most imposing and intimidating natural features on our planet, the Himalayas. Stretching across 5 countries and containing 9 of the world's 10 highest peaks, including Mount Everest. These mountains have claimed hundreds of lives and hold secrets that have fascinated explorers, scientists, and mystics for centuries. While most attention focuses on the mountaineering challenges of the Himalayas' highest peaks, there's a particular area that has gained a reputation among locals and specialized researchers as a nexus of inexplicable phenomena, the Kangchenjunga region along the border between Nepal and India. Kangchenjunga itself is the 3rd highest mountain in the world, but its mystique goes far beyond its impressive altitude. The mountain's name translates roughly to 5 treasures of the Great Snow, referring to its 5 peaks, which local Lepcha people believe are home to 5 repositories of divine treasures that will only be revealed when the world is in danger of destruction. But beyond this spiritual significance lies a pattern of occurrences, so consistent and so inexplicable that even the most hardened skeptics find them difficult to dismiss entirely. The first documented strange incident in the Kangchenjunga region comes from a British surveying expedition in 1925. The team's journal describes an evening when the mountain appeared to glow from within, as if illuminated by some internal source of light. This phenomenon lasted for approximately 20 minutes before fading. The surveyors initially attributed it to an unusual sunset effect, until they realized the glow had appeared 3 hours after the sun had set behind the western ranges. Since then, similar reports of internal illumination have surfaced repeatedly, not as continuous phenomena, but as occasional events witnessed by climbers, villagers, and researchers alike. The light has been described as pale blue, or sometimes violet, seemingly emanating from within the mountain rather than reflecting from an external source. Concentrated particularly around the areas believed to contain the 5 treasures. More unsettling are the reports of what local Sherpa guides refer to as the moving ones. Figures observed at altitudes, and in conditions where no humans should be able to survive without specialized equipment. These figures are typically described as tall, thin silhouettes that move with unusual grace across near vertical slopes and ice fields, sometimes in groups of 3 to 5, sometimes solitary. What makes these sightings particularly difficult to dismiss is that they often occur at altitudes above 7,000 meters minus the death zone, where oxygen levels are so low that humans can only survive for brief periods, even with supplemental oxygen. Yet these figures are reported moving without any visible equipment, sometimes observed remaining at these lethal altitudes for days at a time. The conventional explanation that these are hallucinations caused by hypoxia, oxygen deprivation, struggles to account for the consistency of the descriptions across different observers, many of whom have no knowledge of previous reports. It also fails to explain cases where multiple climbers in a party observe the same figures simultaneously, or instances where the figures have been photographed, though such images are invariably distant and unclear, showing little more than dark shapes against snow. In 1987, a Japanese climbing expedition reported setting up camp at 6,800 meters on Kangchenjunga's north face. During the night, all 7 members of the team were awakened by what they described as a procession, passing directly through their camp in a line of tall, robed figures moving in single file. The climbers reported that the figures seemed to take no notice of them or their tents, moving with purpose toward one of the mountain's subsidiary peaks. Most disturbing was the expedition leader's observation that the figures left no footprints in the fresh snow, despite being clearly visible in the moonlight. The indigenous perspectives on these phenomena are complex and nuanced. The Lepcha people, who have lived in the shadow of Kangchenjunga for countless generations, believe the mountain is home to Yeti, not the savage beast of Western imagination, but highly evolved beings with spiritual capabilities that allow them to survive in conditions fatal to ordinary humans. They describe the Yeti as guardians of sacred knowledge, isolationists who avoid human contact not out of fear or aggression, but out of a desire to remain uncorrupted by the modern world. Tibetan Buddhist monks from monasteries near the mountain speak of mountain yogis, advanced practitioners who have retreated to the highest peaks to pursue spiritual enlightenment, achieving states of consciousness that allow them to transcend normal human limitations, including the need for warmth and oxygen. Some texts suggest these adepts can exist for centuries in meditative states, emerging occasionally to observe the world below before returning to their contemplation. Scientific explanations for the phenomena range from the meteorological to the psychological. The internal illumination might be caused by piezoelectric effects. Certain types of rock can generate electricity under pressure, potentially creating light under specific conditions. The moving figures could be combinations of shadow play and pareidolia, the human tendency to perceive meaningful patterns, especially human forms, in ambiguous visual stimuli. The lack of footprints might be explained by wind conditions that fill in depressions in snow almost immediately, in certain circumstances. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the Kangchenjunga mysteries is the impact they have on those who experience them. Unlike many encounters with unexplained phenomena, which often leave witnesses frightened or disturbed, climbers and researchers who report these experiences frequently describe feelings of profound peace, of expanded awareness, of having briefly perceived a reality larger and more complex than the one they normally inhabit. Many report that after such encounters, they feel a reduced fear of death, a greater sense of connection to the natural world, and a shift in priorities away from material concerns toward more spiritual or philosophical pursuits. Some abandon mountaineering altogether, not out of terror, but from a sense that they've glimpsed something that makes further climbing seem unnecessary or even inappropriate, as if they'd been granted a privilege they didn't earn and shouldn't exploit further. In 2003, a respected British mountaineer, with multiple Himalayan summits to his credit, was leading an expedition on Kangchenjunga when separated from his team by a sudden storm. He encountered what he described as a gathering of beings at 7,500 meters. Though he had only enough oxygen for a few hours at that altitude, he reported sitting with these entities for what felt like days, engaged in what he could only describe as communication without language. When he eventually made his way back to advanced base camp, he discovered only 3 hours had passed. Though his oxygen supply was fully depleted, makes something that should have been fatal at that altitude. After returning to England, he quietly withdrew from the mountaineering community and moved to a small cottage in rural Wales, refusing all interviews or speaking engagements. The few friends who maintained contact reported that he seemed neither traumatized nor delusional, but rather complete in a way they found difficult to articulate. His only comment on the experience, shared with a close friend shortly before his death from natural causes in 2017, was, "We are not alone on this planet. But our company is far stranger and more wonderful than anyone suspects." What elevates the Kangchenjunga phenomena from mere cryptid sightings or ghost stories is this transformative quality. No way encounters seem to fundamentally alter those who experience them. Not through terror or trauma, but through some kind of profound paradigm shift. It suggests whatever is being encountered, if it exists at all, represents not a threat, but an alternative, a different way of being, a different relationship to the physical world, a different understanding of reality itself. Is Kangchenjunga home to some undiscovered species adapted to extreme conditions? Is it a place where unusual electromagnetic or geological properties create experiences that seem supernatural but actually stem from natural causes? Or is it something more mitous, a nexus, where our ordinary reality overlaps with something else? Something that occasionally becomes visible to human observers but exists primarily in a domain we can barely perceive, let alone understand. Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in cloud and mist, protected by terrain so challenging that only the most determined explorers can reach the places where these phenomena allegedly occur. The Himalayas guard their secrets behind walls of ice and stone, behind air too thin to breathe, behind weather that can turn deadly in minutes. What we do know is that somewhere among the highest peaks on our planet, there are lights that shouldn't exist, figures that move where humans cannot survive, experiences that transform those who have them in ways that seem positive rather than traumatic. And perhaps that's the most unsettling mystery of all, my not. Not that there might be something frightening lurking in the mountains, but that there might be something transcendent, something that makes our normal understanding of reality seem limited and incomplete by comparison. Because some mysteries threaten not our bodies but our certainties, not our safety but our assumptions about what is and isn't possible in the world we thought we understood. As we continue our exploration of mountain mysteries, let's journey to a place where the boundaries between reality and myth have always been particularly permeable, the Scottish Highlands. These ancient mountains, worn down by time until they're but shadows of their former towering heights, have been the setting for countless legends, from lake monsters to fairy realms. But there's one particular phenomenon that has persisted through centuries of documentation, defying rational explanation despite countless attempts to understand it. The phenomenon known as the Grey Man of Ben Macdui. Ben Macdui is the second highest mountain in Scotland, standing at 1,309 meters, 4,295 feet in the Cairngorms range. While modest compared to the giants we've discussed previously, what it lacks in height, it makes up for in atmosphere. Its summit plateau is frequently shrouded in thick mist, and creating conditions of near-zero visibility, where distances become impossible to judge and ordinary sounds are muffled or distorted. The first recorded encounter with the Grey Man dates back to 1791, when a respected professor from Aberdeen University was descending from the summit in deteriorating weather conditions. In his journal, he described becoming aware of footsteps behind him, Mecca's heavy, deliberate steps that seemed to match his own, but with a slight delay, as if something large was following him, carefully placing its feet where he had just stepped. When he stopped, the footsteps continued for a few paces before also stopping. When he resumed walking, so did the footsteps behind him. Initially attributing the sounds to an acoustic illusion caused by mist and rocky terrain, the professor's scientific skepticism gave way to primal terror when he glimpsed, through a momentary thinning of the fog, a figure of enormous proportions, following at a distance of about 50 yards minus, a dark, ill-defined shape that he estimated to be at least 3 meters, 10 feet tall. The professor, by his own admission, fled in panic, running recklessly down the mountain until he was clear of the mist. Since then, dozens of similar encounters have been reported, with remarkable consistency in the details, despite the witnesses coming from diverse backgrounds: mountaineers, scientists, and military personnel, tourists many with no prior knowledge of the Grey Man legends. The typical encounter follows a pattern. A hiker or climber, usually alone or separated from their party, becomes aware of footsteps shadowing their own. Sometimes these are accompanied by a sense of presence, so powerful it creates physical symptoms: mass hair standing on end, skin prickling, a sensation of pressure or coldness that has no apparent meteorological cause. In some cases, witnesses report glimpsing the figure itself, massive, always indistinct, always gone when looked at directly. What makes these encounters particularly unsettling is the profound, irrational terror that accompanies them. Experienced mountaineers who have faced objective dangers, like avalanches and storms, without panic, describe being overwhelmed by a fear so intense it borders on madness, a fear that seems to originate outside themselves, as if projected or imposed by whatever they're encountering. The conventional explanation for the gray man is a combination of two phenomena, the Brocken specter and mountain panic. The Brocken specter is an optical illusion that occurs when a climber stands with the sun behind them, casting their shadow forward onto cloud or mist, creating a magnified, distorted shadow that can appear to move independently due to shifting clouds. Mountain panic is a psychological state triggered by isolation, fatigue, and sensory deprivation, causing anxiety that can escalate to terror and hallucination. These explanations are rational, and in many cases, probably correct. But they struggle to account for encounters that occur in conditions where a Brocken specter would be impossible. On cloudy days with no direct sunlight, for instance, or during encounters where the figure is seen at close range, rather than as a distant shadow. They also fail to explain one of the most consistent elements of gray man encounters, the footsteps. Witnesses frequently report hearing them before seeing anything, describing them as heavy, deliberate, and following a precise rhythm that's similar to human footfalls but somehow off, unless either too slow, too heavy, or with a cadence that feels alien and unsettling. Some report that the steps seem to come from something far heavier than a human, causing mini avalanches of scree or leaving depressions in snow or soft ground that shouldn't be possible, given the distributed weight of a person walking. In 1965, a group of 5 experienced climbers reported a collective encounter on Ben McDou's summit plateau. All 5 became aware simultaneously of footsteps approaching their camp from the direction of the summit cairn. All 5 described the same overwhelming sense of malevolent presence, the same irrational terror. 3 glimpsed the figure Anis, each independently describing it as at least 3 meters tall, disproportionately thin, moving with an odd gliding motion despite the clearly audible footfalls. The group fled their camp, leaving equipment behind, and didn't return until the following day with reinforcements. When they did, they found their camp undisturbed, except for one detail. Their carefully erected tent had been flattened, with no sign of wind damage or animal intrusion, as if something immensely heavy had simply sat upon it. The indigenous perspective on the gray man comes from Scottish Gaelic folklore, which has long held that the Cairngorms are home to the Amphir Liath Mór, the big gray man, not a ghost or a monster in the conventional sense, but a genius loci, a spirit of place, an embodiment of the mountain's essence. In this tradition, the gray man isn't malevolent so much as territorial mine. It seeks not to harm humans, but to drive them away from places they don't belong. Particularly the sacred summit plateau, which was traditionally believed to be a thin place between worlds, a location where the boundary between our reality and the other world becomes permeable. Modern cryptozoologists have proposed various biological explanations: an undiscovered primate species, a relic population of Neanderthals, even a projection of the human collective unconscious that has taken on a semi-physical form through mechanisms we don't yet understand. None of these theories has any substantial evidence to support it, but they persist because the alternative explanations seem inadequate to account for the consistency and intensity of the reported experiences. What makes the gray man particularly interesting among mountain mysteries is how it seems to blend the psychological and the physical. The terror it induces feels psychological, a mental state, rather than a response to objective danger, yet the footsteps, the glimpsed figure, the physical traces occasionally left behind, all suggest something with material presence, something that exists outside the minds of those who encounter it. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of the gray man phenomenon is that it seems to be spreading. While traditionally associated specifically with Ben McDou, in recent decades, similar encounters have been reported on other peaks in the Cairngorms, and occasionally even further afield in the Scottish Highlands. It's as if whatever presence haunts these mountains is expanding its territory, reaching out to claim more of the high, lonely places where humans are visitors rather than residents. In 2018, a doctoral student in psychology was conducting research on the effects of isolation and altitude on cognition, using solo hikers in the Cairngorms as subjects. One of her participants, a skeptical man with no prior knowledge of the gray man legends, returned from a planned overnight stay on Ben McDou a day early, visibly shaken. The audio diary he'd been keeping as part of the study contained a chilling progression from scientific observations about his mental state, to puzzled notes about footsteps that seemed to be following him, to increasingly panicked comments about feeling watched, culminating in what can only be described as a breakdown, with the final entry consisting of nothing but labored breathing and a whispered, repeated phrase, "It's right behind me. It's right behind me." When interviewed afterward, the man could recall making the recordings, but couldn't explain his extreme reaction, saying only that he had experienced a fear beyond fear, something I didn't know humans could feel. Most tellingly, this hardened skeptic refused to consider returning to complete the study, even with company, even in daylight. "There are some places," he said, "where we're not welcome. That summit is one of them. Is the gray man a psychological phenomenon? An optical illusion, a cryptid, a ghost, a spirit of place, or some combination of these? Is it something generated by the human mind in response to specific environmental conditions, or something external that interacts with human consciousness in ways we don't yet understand? Is it confined to Benmektu and its neighboring peaks, or is it a more widespread phenomenon that happens to be particularly well documented in this specific location? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains elusive, hidden in mist and legend, protected by terrain that isolates those who experience these phenomena. Shrouded in the natural human reluctance to speak too openly about experiences that defy rational explanation. What we do know is that somewhere in the ancient, worn mountains of Scotland, there's something that follows lone hikers with heavy footsteps, that induces terror beyond what ordinary dangers provoke, that occasionally reveals itself as a figure of impossible proportions, moving with unnatural grace across terrain that would challenge the most experienced human climber. And if you find yourself on Ben Mictui as the mist rolls in, and become aware of footsteps behind you that match your own but aren't yours, perhaps the wisest choice is to do what countless witnesses before you have done: fast flee, without looking back, without stopping, without questioning whether what pursues you is real or imagined. Because some questions are best left unasked, some presences best left unacknowledged, some mountains best left to those who claimed them long before humans ever set foot on their slopes. As our journey through mountain mysteries continues, let's travel to a place where the veil between worlds has long been considered particularly thin, where the natural and the supernatural seem to coexist in uneasy balance: the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. This ancient range, part of the greater Appalachian chain, is among the oldest mountains on Earth, weathered remnants of peaks that once rivaled the Himalayas in height, now softened by 500 million years of wind and rain and time. Within this misty, forested range lies a particular area that has accumulated more reports of strange phenomena than perhaps any other location in the eastern United States: the region surrounding Brown Mountain, a low ridge that rises just 600 feet above sea level near the town of Morganton, North Carolina. What makes Brown Mountain unique isn't its height or its geology, but the lights that have been observed dancing across its slopes and ridges for at least the past century. And according to local Cherokee legends, for much longer than that. The Brown Mountain lights, as they're known locally, are typically described as glowing orbs that range from the size of a basketball to the size of a car. They appear most frequently after sunset, hovering above the ridgeline, or moving among the trees on the mountain slopes. Sometimes they appear singly, sometimes in groups of 3 to 5, occasionally in larger clusters of a dozen or more. They vary in color from white to yellow to orange to blue, and their movement patterns seem deliberate rather than random minors. They follow ridges, pause at certain locations, occasionally seem to respond to human observers by approaching or retreating. The first documented sighting of the lights by European settlers comes from a German engineer who was mapping the area in 1771. He described strange lights that rose from the mountain, moved about with purpose, and then faded into the darkness. He was particularly puzzled by the way the lights seemed to investigate his surveying equipment, hovering near his theodolite before, darting away when he approached. Since then, the lights have been observed by thousands of witnesses, including scientists, military personnel, park rangers, and local residents. What makes the Brown Mountain lights particularly compelling as a mystery is that they've been extensively studied, photographed, and even filmed, yet no definitive explanation has emerged that accounts for all their observed characteristics. The conventional scientific explanations include automobile headlights from a nearby highway being reflected by atmospheric conditions, swamp gas methane igniting naturally, ball lightning or other unusual electrical phenomena, bioluminescent fungi or insects, reflections of distant lights on low-hanging clouds or fog. Each of these explanations accounts for some aspects of the reported phenomena, but none successfully explains all the observed characteristics, particularly the light's apparent intelligence, their persistence through centuries before automobiles existed, their appearance during weather conditions that would rule out reflections, and their concentration specifically around Brown Mountain rather than other similar ridges in the area. What elevates the Brown Mountain lights from mere curiosities to genuinely unsettling phenomena are the experiences reported by those who've attempted to approach them closely. Hikers who ventured onto Brown Mountain at night in hopes of encountering the lights describe a progression of increasingly strange occurrences. First comes the sense of being observed, a mixed to prickling awareness that something is watching from just beyond the range of their flashlights. Then comes a distortion of sound minor voices that seem to carry unnaturally far, echoes that return seconds too late or from directions that don't match the surrounding topography. The periods of unnatural silence, where even footsteps seem muffled and distant. As they approach areas where the lights are frequently seen, many report electronic equipment malfunctioning, Mythos flashlights flickering or dimming, cameras failing to capture images or capturing strange distortions, batteries draining inexplicably fast, compasses spinning or pointing in obviously incorrect directions. Cell phones lose signal, GPS devices show impossible locations, watches run backward or stop altogether. Most disturbing are the reports of time distortion. Hikers set out for what should be a 2-hour expedition, only to return and discover that either far more or far less time has passed than they experienced. Some describe minutes that seem to stretch for hours, others report losing entire chunks of time, setting out at dusk, and suddenly finding it's nearly dawn with no memory of the intervening hours. In 1975, a group of researchers from Duke University spent a week on Brown Mountain, setting up cameras and sensors to record the lights. Their equipment captured several instances of the phenomena, the glowing orbs that appeared on film but registered no heat signature on their infrared equipment, no radiation on their Geiger counters, no electromagnetic disturbance on their field meters. The objects moved in ways that defied conventional physics, accelerating and changing direction instantaneously without any visible propulsion mechanism. The lead researcher wrote in his journal, "What we're observing doesn't align with any known natural phenomenon. The lights don't just move maze, they react. They behave as if they're aware of us and our equipment. When we focus too much attention on one, it retreats or vanishes. When we pretend to ignore them, they approach closer. It's like trying to study an intelligent but extremely shy animal." The university declined to publish the team's findings, citing methodological concerns, though rumors persist that the actual reason was fear of ridicule from the scientific community or concern about the implications of what they documented. The indigenous Cherokee perspective on the lights is complex and nuanced. According to their oral traditions, the lights are the spirits of Cherokee women who continue to search for their husbands and sons who died in a battle on the mountain centuries ago. In other versions, the lights are the souls of great Cherokee warriors, keeping watch over their ancestral lands. These stories, told long before European settlement, suggest the phenomena had been occurring for at least 1,000 years, ruling out many modern explanations. What makes the Brown Mountain Lights particularly intriguing is their accessibility. Unlike many of the mysteries we've explored, which require arduous journeys to remote locations, the lights can be observed from several easily reached overlooks along the Blue Ridge Parkway. This public visibility has led to decades of consistent observation by thousands of witnesses, creating a body of evidence that's unusually robust for a supposedly paranormal phenomenon. In 2016, a team from Appalachian State University conducted the most thorough scientific investigation to date, using high-definition cameras, spectrum analyzers, and weather monitoring equipment to document the lights and correlate them with environmental conditions. They succeeded in capturing the lights on video multiple times, ruling out many conventional explanations through careful analysis of weather, traffic patterns, and other potential light sources. Their conclusion was surprisingly modest. While we can eliminate several proposed explanations, we cannot definitively identify the source of the Brown Mountain Lights. They remain an unexplained natural phenomenon worthy of continued scientific study. This scientific restraint stands in stark contrast to the more dramatic experiences reported by locals who've encountered the lights at close range. Park rangers who patrol the area tell of hikers found wandering disoriented on the mountain, unable to explain how they became separated from their groups or how they lost track of several hours. Some report vivid, shared hallucinations, seeing structures on the mountain that don't exist, encountering people in outdated clothing who vanish when approached, hearing music or voices in languages they don't recognize. In 2004, a family hiking on Brown Mountain reported that their 8-year-old son vanished while walking just 20 feet ahead of them on a clear, well-marked trail. After a frantic 45-minute search, they found him sitting calmly in a small clearing, describing a lady maid of light who had shown him the people who lived inside the mountain. The child's description of underground chambers and technologies was so detailed and internally consistent that it puzzled investigators, who couldn't determine how a young boy could have invented such an elaborate narrative under the stress of being lost. Particularly unsettling are the reports of what locals call the followers, instances where the lights don't just appear on the mountain but seem to pursue or escort people as they leave the area. Drivers describe orbs of light that pace their vehicles for miles along remote roads, sometimes just visible through the trees, sometimes boldly floating alongside or above their cars. These experiences rarely feel threatening. The lights don't seem aggressive or malevolent, but their apparent interest in specific humans raises disturbing questions about their nature and intent. Is Brown Mountain home to some unusual geological feature that creates electrical or luminous phenomena we don't yet understand? Is it a place where the Earth's magnetic field interacts with the atmosphere in ways that generate visible light? Is it the site of paranormal activity, mighty spirits, or energies that manifest visually under certain conditions? Or is it something else entirely, window into another dimension? A technology left behind by non-human intelligence? A natural phenomenon so far outside our current scientific understanding that we lack even the vocabulary to properly describe it? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains elusive, hidden behind the trees and mist that shroud Brown Mountain, protected by the inconsistency of the phenomena themselves, which refuse to perform on command for scientific instruments, yet have shown themselves to thousands of witnesses over centuries. What we do know is that somewhere in the ancient Blue Ridge Mountains, lights dance and move with apparent intelligence, responding to human attention, occasionally interacting with human consciousness in ways that alter perception and experience. And if you find yourself driving along the Blue Ridge Parkway as darkness falls and stop at one of the overlooks that face Brown Mountain, you might become one of the countless witnesses who have watched these mysterious illuminations perform their ancient, unexplained ritual against the night sky. Just be careful if one seems to take a particular interest in you, if it approaches closer than the others, if it seems to be inviting you to follow it into the trees. Because some invitations are best declined, some mysteries best observed from a distance, some mountains best appreciated from the safety of the overlook rather than the isolation of the trail after dark. Our expedition through mountain mysteries now takes us to a place of stark beauty and ancient power, the volcanic landscapes of Iceland. This island nation, perched atop the mid-Atlantic ridge where the North American and Eurasian tectonic plates meet, is a land literally being torn apart and reforged by geological forces. A place where fire and ice coexist in dramatic tension, where mountains are born within human lifetimes, rather than over millions of years. Among Iceland's many volcanic peaks, one mountain in particular has developed a reputation for strange phenomena that defy conventional explanation. Snæfellsjökull, a 700,000-year-old stratovolcano capped with a magnificent glacier rising 446 meters, 744 feet, from the western edge of the Snæfells Peninsula. Even before Jules Verne immortalized it as the entrance to the center of the earth in his 1864 novel, Snæfellsjökull had accumulated centuries of folklore about its unusual properties. The mountain has long been considered one of the 7 great energy centers of the earth in various esoteric traditions, a place where the boundary between worlds grows thin, where the physical and the spiritual intersect in ways that can be perceived by those sensitive to such phenomena. The first documented strange occurrence associated with Snæfellsjökull comes from the Icelandic saga, Barðar Saga Snæfellsás, written in the 14th century, but relating events from several centuries earlier. It tells of Barðar, a half-human, half-troll settler who after a family dispute walked into the glacier and disappeared, becoming the guardian spirit of the mountain. Local tradition holds that Barðar still resides within Snæfellsjökull, occasionally emerging to help travelers in distress or to warn of impending natural disasters. What elevates Snæfellsjökull from mythological curiosity to genuine mystery are the consistent reports of unusual phenomena experienced by those who visit the mountain, phenomena that persist to the present day and affect even those with no knowledge of the site's legendary significance. The most commonly reported experience is a form of time distortion. Hikers and climbers describe reaching the glacier or one of the ice caves beneath it, only to emerge and discover that far more or far less time has passed than they experienced. Some report spending what felt like hours exploring ice formations, only to find that mere minutes have elapsed in the outside world. Others describe brief rests that somehow consume entire afternoons, leaving them unable to account for hours of missing time. More unsettling are the reports of what Icelanders call sjónhverfing, a term that roughly translates to vision twisting or sight deception. Visitors to Snæfellsjökull describe seeing impossible landscapes superimposed over the actual terrain, mice forest where there should be only lava fields. Ancient cities nestled in valleys that are empty when approached, oceans visible from vantage points that should only show land. These visions aren't mere glimpses or fleeting impressions. They're described as solid, persistent perceptions that only dissolve when the viewer attempts to physically interact with them or show them to others. In 1972, a team of geologists studying the volcanic system beneath Snæfellsjökull reported setting up camp near one of the glacier's ice caves. During the night, all 4 members of the team independently experienced what they initially believed was an earthquake, a rumbling vibration that seemed to come from deep within the mountain. But when they checked their seismic equipment the next morning, no activity had been recorded. More puzzling was their shared experience of hearing what sounded like massive machinery operating somewhere beneath them, massive rhythmic mechanical sounds that continued for approximately 20 minutes before abruptly ceasing. The team's report was quietly filed away, deemed too anomalous to include in their official findings. But one member of the expedition, a graduate student named Hallgrimr Johnson, later wrote in his private journal, "What we heard wasn't geological in nature. It was technological constructed, purposeful, artificial. The mountain isn't just a mountain. There's something else there, something that uses the volcano and glacier as camouflage for activities we aren't meant to witness." The indigenous Icelandic perspective on Snæfellsjökull is complex and deeply rooted in the island's unique cultural blend of Norse paganism and later Christianity. In traditional beliefs, the mountain is considered a thin place between worlds, a location where the boundaries between Midgard, the human realm, and other worlds of Norse cosmology become permeable. Some traditions hold that the mountain contains doorways to Alfheim, the realm of the elves or hidden folk, explaining the frequent reports of lights seen moving within the glacier at night, lights that follow no human path and appear in locations inaccessible to climbers. What makes Snæfellsjökull particularly intriguing among mountain mysteries is the peculiar emotional effect it seems to have on those who spend time there. Unlike many locations associated with paranormal phenomena, which typically induce fear or unease, visitors to this Icelandic peak often report profound positive experiences, moments of unexpected clarity or insight, emotions of connection and belonging. Sensations described variously as coming home to a place I've never been or remembering something I never knew I'd forgotten. These experiences are so common and so consistent that in the 1990s, Snæfellsjökull became a focus for New Age spiritual tourism, with groups gathering to meditate on or near the glacier, seeking the transformative experiences reported by others. While easy to dismiss as suggestibility or group psychology, what's notable is that these effects are reported just as frequently by skeptical visitors who arrive with no spiritual expectations, scientists, journalists, and tourists who find themselves unexpectedly moved by experiences they struggle to articulate in rational terms. In 1998, a documentary crew filming the glacier's ice caves for an environmental piece on climate change captured something unexpected on their footage. While reviewing the day's filming, they discovered a sequence showing what appeared to be a tall, humanoid figure watching them from deep within one of the caves, a figure that no team member had noticed during filming, and that appeared in only 17 frames of video before vanishing. Analysis ruled out shadows, equipment reflections, or digital artifacts, leaving the production team with no explanation for the image. The producer, initially eager to include this unexplained figure in the documentary as a point of interest, reportedly received a phone call the next day from an unlisted number. The caller, who identified himself only as a representative of the Icelandic government, politely but firmly requested that the footage be omitted from the final production, suggesting that similar phenomena had been documented multiple times but were not for public dissemination. The producer complied, later telling colleagues that something in the caller's tone had convinced him that this was not a matter to pursue further. Perhaps most scientifically intriguing are the electromagnetic anomalies associated with Snæfellsjökull. Instruments brought to certain locations on the mountain often malfunction in specific and repeatable ways. Compasses spin or point to false north. GPS devices show impossible coordinates or fail entirely. Batteries drain at accelerated rates, sometimes being completely depleted in minutes rather than hours. Radio equipment picks up signals that shouldn't be receivable at that location, occasionally including transmissions in languages that experts have been unable to identify. In 2008, a team from the University of Iceland's geology department detected an unusual electromagnetic field emanating from several points around the base of the glacier, of a field with properties that didn't match known geological or atmospheric causes. The field appeared to pulse at regular intervals, suggesting an artificial rather than natural origin, but its source could not be located despite extensive surveys of the area. The lead researcher wrote in her unpublished notes, "The field properties suggest technology rather than geology, but there's no visible infrastructure that could generate such effects. Either someone has installed extremely sophisticated equipment within the mountain without any visible entrance or access points, or we're detecting something that operates on principles we don't yet understand." What makes Snæfellsjökull's mysteries particularly difficult to investigate is the mountain's own volatile nature. As an active volcanic system covered by a glacier, many areas are simply too dangerous to explore thoroughly. Ice caves collapse and reform regularly. Crevasses open without warning. Volcanic activity beneath the ice creates unpredictable hazards. The very landscape shifts and changes from year to year, potentially hiding or revealing different aspects of whatever might exist within or beneath the mountain. Is Snaefellsjökull simply a place where unusual geological and atmospheric conditions create experiences that seem paranormal but actually stem from natural causes? Is it a location where Earth's electromagnetic field interacts with volcanic activity and glacial ice to produce effects we don't yet understand? Or is there something more to the centuries of reports, something that bridges the gap between science and folklore? Something that uses a mountain's natural camouflage to conceal activities or presences not meant for casual human observation? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in ice and mist, protected by terrain that changes faster than it can be mapped, guarded by a culture that has learned over centuries to respect rather than probe too deeply into natural forces they don't fully understand. What we do know is that somewhere in the stark, volcanic landscape of western Iceland, there's a glacier-topped mountain where time doesn't always flow as it should, where people see things that cannot be there, where instruments detect energies that shouldn't exist, where something watches from ice caves that form and collapse in endless cycles. And if you find yourself hiking the ancient lava flows of Snaefellsjökull, as mist rolls in from the Atlantic, and begin to see landscapes that transform before your eyes or hear machinery rumbling from deep within the earth, perhaps the wisest choice is to simply accept the experience without trying to force it into familiar categories of explanation. Because some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, but experienced, some questions lead not to answers, but to deeper questions. Some mountains exist simultaneously in the world of physical reality, and somewhere else entirely, somewhere that occasionally becomes visible to those who approach with respect and an open mind. Let's continue our journey to a mountain range that has accumulated more mysterious disappearances and unexplained phenomena than perhaps any other in North America, the Alaska Range. Stretching 650 kilometers, 400 miles across the southern portion of Alaska, this formidable mountain system is home to Denali, formerly known as Mount McKinley, the highest peak in North America at 190 meters, 2,310 feet. While Denali itself has claimed many lives due to its extreme conditions and climbing challenges, there's a particular area within the Alaska Range that has developed a sinister reputation among bush pilots, park rangers, and indigenous communities, a remote valley approximately 100 miles east of Denali, known locally as the Dark Zone or the Forgotten Valley. Unlike many of the locations we've explored, this valley doesn't appear on official maps with either of these ominous names. In fact, it barely appears on maps at all, despite being several miles long and containing features that would typically warrant cartographic notation. This curious cartographic omission is the first clue that something unusual surrounds this particular location. The earliest documented strange occurrence in the valley comes from a 1938 survey expedition sponsored by the U.S. Geological Survey. The team's reports describe entering a valley where compasses behave erratically, typically spinning or pointing toward the valley's center rather than magnetic north. They noted unusual animal behavior, the complete absence of larger fauna despite abundant suitable habitat, and birds that would fly around the valley rather than across it, even when doing so required a significantly longer route. Most disturbing was the expedition's account of a night spent camped in the valley's center. All 5 team members reported experiencing identical nightmares involving a presence moving between the tents, observing us with malevolent interest. Upon waking, they discovered their camp had been surrounded by perfectly circular impressions in the soil, hundreds of them, each about 8 inches in diameter and 2 inches deep, arranged in concentric patterns around the tents. No tracks led to or from these impressions, and the ground was otherwise undisturbed. The expedition departed the valley immediately, leaving behind valuable equipment in their haste. Their official report mentioned only unusual geological formations, warranting further study, but the team leader's private journal, discovered after his death in 1972, contained a more candid assessment. No amount of scientific knowledge could persuade me to spend another night in that godless place. Something is there, something aware and ancient, and utterly inhuman in its thinking. The land itself feels wrong, as if it exists partially in some other reality with laws contrary to our own. Since then, the valley has been associated with an unusually high number of disappearances and equipment failures. Bush planes report sudden, catastrophic instrument malfunctions when flying over the area. GPS systems show impossible coordinates, altimeters read elevations that don't match topographical reality, radios pick up only static, or more disturbingly, sounds that pilots describe as not quite voices, not quite animal, but clearly trying to communicate something. Between 1950 and 2010, At least 38 people are known to have disappeared in or near the valley, a number that would be alarming for any remote location, but becomes more significant when considering how few people visit the area in the first place. These disappearances share unusual characteristics. No bodies are ever recovered despite extensive searches. Personal belongings are often found arranged in geometric patterns similar to the circular impressions reported by the 1938 expedition, and in several cases, other members of the same party report temporal anomalies, missing hours or even days, they cannot account for. The indigenous Koyukon Athabascan people, who have lived in the region for thousands of years, call the valley Na-Sian-Tu, which roughly translates to the place where the land dreams. Their traditions hold that it is a location where the boundary between the physical world and the spirit world becomes dangerously thin, a place humans were never meant to enter. According to Koyukon elders, the valley was once the site of a great battle between benevolent and malevolent spirits. The malevolent forces were defeated, but could not be destroyed entirely, so they were imprisoned within the valley itself, bound to the land, but still capable of influencing those who venture too close. The elders warn that these entities are drawn to human consciousness, which they seek to manipulate or possess in order to eventually escape their confinement. What makes the valley particularly unsettling is the physical effect it appears to have on those who spend time there. Visitors report persistent headaches that begin shortly after entering the valley and intensify the longer they stay. Many describe a pressure sensation, as if the air itself is heavier and somehow thicker than it should be. Electronic devices fail in predictable patterns. Mount batteries drain rapidly. Storage media, film, memory cards, hard drives become corrupted. Recordings made within the valley contain distortions or anomalies not present in the original experience. In 1976, a research team from the University of Alaska attempted the first comprehensive scientific study of the valley. Their equipment included magnetometers, radiation detectors, air and soil sampling gear, and early video recording technology. The preliminary readings they obtained were so anomalous that the team requested additional equipment and personnel for a more thorough investigation. Their initial findings included magnetic field strength that fluctuated wildly, sometimes reaching levels nearly 400 times Earth's normal background field, radiation levels that, while not immediately dangerous, followed patterns that suggested artificial rather than natural sources, soil samples containing trace elements in combinations not found elsewhere in the Alaska Range, infrasound sound below the range of human hearing at frequencies known to induce anxiety, fear, and hallucinations in humans. Before the reinforced expedition could return, however, the research was abruptly terminated. University administrators cited budget constraints. But team members later revealed that they had been approached by individuals claiming to represent government agencies who had strongly suggested that the research not continue. No formal publication of their findings was ever produced, though fragmentary notes and recordings have circulated among researchers interested in the phenomenon. Perhaps most disturbing are the psychological effects reported by those who have spent more than a few hours in the valley. Many describe intrusive thoughts that don't feel like their own sudden impulses to walk in specific directions, to remove protective clothing despite frigid temperatures, to separate from their companions, to enter narrow caves or crevices that would normally inspire claustrophobia. These thoughts are often accompanied by vivid visual and auditory hallucinations, so consistent across different witnesses that they challenge the definition of hallucination. Common reports include glimpses of structures that appear architectural but vanish when approached directly, the sensation of being watched by multiple observers from just beyond the visible range, voices that seem to emanate from inside the listener's own head, speaking languages they don't recognize but somehow partially understand, the appearance of perfect geometric shapes formed from mist, snow, or shadows, shapes that maintain their form despite wind or other environmental factors that should disrupt them. In 1994, a solo hiker who had been reported missing was found wandering near the valley's edge, severely dehydrated and suffering from exposure. During his recovery, he claimed to have spent only one night in the valley, but search records indicated he had been missing for 11 days. Under hypnosis conducted as part of his psychological treatment, he described encountering beings that could fold themselves into and out of the world. Like living origami, he was unable to describe their appearance directly, but drew symbols and patterns that he said represented them in some way. Notably, these symbols closely resembled rock carvings found in the valley that archaeologists have been unable to attribute to any known indigenous culture. The hiker ultimately committed suicide 6 months after his rescue, leaving a note that read only, "They followed me out. They're patient. They have always been here." In 2003, advanced satellite imaging revealed another anomaly associated with the valley. Its thermal signature doesn't match what would be expected based on its geography and vegetation. Areas that should show as cooler on infrared imaging appear warm, and vice versa, creating a patchwork pattern that one analyst described as like looking at a photo negative of how the thermal reading should appear. More curious still, this inverted thermal pattern shifts and changes over time, but not in ways that correlate with seasons, weather patterns, or any other known variable. Scientists who have studied this thermal data theorize that it might be caused by unusual geothermal activity, unknown mineral deposits that affect heat radiation, or potentially even microclimates created by the valley's unique topography. But these explanations struggle to account for the pattern's movement and apparent randomness. A retired National Park Service ranger who spent 3 decades working in the Alaska Range shared his perspective in a 2018 interview. Under condition of anonymity, I've seen places all over the world that kill people. Mountains, deserts, forests. Nature can be dangerous anywhere. But that valley is different. Nature is indifferent. It doesn't care if you live or die. But whatever exists in that place, it watches. It waits. It wants something from the people who enter. I've never felt malice in a landscape before, but that's the only word for what radiates from that valley. It's hungry in a way a place shouldn't be. Is the Forgotten Valley home to unusual geological features that create electromagnetic anomalies, affect human cognition, and disrupt electronic equipment? Is it a location where natural gases or environmental toxins create shared hallucinatory experiences? Is it the site of secret military or scientific research that explains both the phenomena and the apparent efforts to discourage investigation? Or is it something more a place where the fundamental laws of reality operate differently, where entities or forces exist that interact with human consciousness in ways we're not equipped to comprehend? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in the valley's peculiar mists, protected by its remote location and the palpable dread it instills in those who approach it. Guarded by whatever influence seems capable of erasing it from maps and memory, despite its significant size and distinctive features. What we do know is that somewhere in the vast wilderness of the Alaska Range, there's a valley where compasses spin and point inward rather than north, where people vanish without trace, where those who do return come back changed in ways they struggle to articulate. A place where circular impressions appear around camps in the night, where the thermal signature inverts and shifts like a living thing, where something ancient and aware seems to observe human visitors with a hunger that transcends physical need. And if you find yourself in a small plane flying over the Alaska Range and notice your instruments beginning to fail as you pass above a valley that seems darker than it should be, deeper than it should be, wrong in ways you feel rather than see, perhaps the wisest choice is to correct your course immediately, to return to the places where reality follows familiar rules, where mountains are merely stone and ice rather than doorways or prisons for things that should not exist in our world but somehow do. Our exploration of mountain mysteries now takes us to a place where the ancient and the modern collide in ways that continue to puzzle scientists, archaeologists, and locals alike. The Bisegi Mountains of Romania. This range, part of the Southern Carpathians, rises to a modest height of 2,505 meters, 8,219 feet at its highest peak, Omu. But what these mountains lack in stature, they make up for in mystery and historical significance. The Bisegi are unusual geologically, featuring massive sphinx-like formations and mushroom-shaped rocks created through natural erosion. These distinctive formations have been sacred to various cultures throughout history, from the ancient Dacians' predecessors to modern Romanians to contemporary spiritual seekers who believe the mountains contain powerful energy vortexes. But the most controversial and compelling mystery of the Bisegi begins in 2003 with what some claim was a momentous discovery made through advanced satellite technology. According to accounts that first emerged in 2009 in a book by Romanian authors Radu Cinemar and Peter Moon, an American satellite using advanced ground-penetrating radar discovered an anomaly beneath the Bisegi Plateau, a large, perfectly symmetrical dome-shaped structure that appeared to be artificial rather than natural. What happened next, according to these accounts, was an international operation involving Romanian intelligence services, the Pentagon, and other governmental agencies to investigate this structure. The story goes that they discovered an entrance hidden behind an artificial rock face, leading to an elaborate underground complex of tunnels, chambers, and repositories of ancient technology far beyond current human capabilities. The most extraordinary claims involve the supposed discovery of holographic technology containing the history of Earth and humanity, biological repositories with strange specimens, and evidence of an advanced prehistoric civilization that conflicts dramatically with conventional understanding of human history. These sensational claims have been dismissed by mainstream scientists and archaeologists as fantasy or deliberate fabrication, and no credible evidence has been presented to support them. No official acknowledgement of such a discovery has ever been made by any government involved. However, setting aside these controversial claims, the Bosegi Mountains are genuinely associated with documented strange phenomena that continue to puzzle researchers. One well-documented mystery involves unusual electromagnetic properties in specific areas of the range. Measurements taken by geophysicists have detected anomalous magnetic fields around certain formations, particularly the Sphinx and Baybali, the mushroom-shaped rocks. These fields fluctuate in strength and pattern in ways that don't correlate with known geological causes, leading some researchers to theorize that unique mineral compositions or underground water movements might be creating natural electromagnetic phenomena. Hikers and climbers frequently report equipment malfunctions in these same areas: compasses that spin erratically, GPS devices that show impossible locations, batteries that drain inexplicably fast, and cameras that capture unusual artifacts and images or fail entirely. These reports are consistent enough and come from credible enough sources, including military personnel and professional guides, that they've attracted scientific interest, though no definitive explanation has emerged. Perhaps more intriguing are the consistent reports of temporal anomalies experienced in certain locations within the range. Visitors describe losing track of time in ways that can't be explained by ordinary factors like enjoyment or distraction. Some report that watches run at different speeds while in these areas, either advancing too quickly or too slowly compared to timepieces outside the zone. Others describe what feels like brief periods in certain caves or ravines, only to emerge and discover that many hours have passed in the outside world. In 2007, a group of mountain guides conducting a training exercise in the Busegi reported a shared experience that defies conventional explanation. While navigating through a narrow ravine known locally as the Time Corridor, all 7 members of the party reported that the quality of light changed suddenly, becoming thicker and more golden than natural sunlight. They simultaneously experienced a sensation described as walking through honey, a resistance to movement that affected all of them equally. When they emerged from the ravine approximately 30 minutes later by their perception, they were astonished to discover that over 3 hours had elapsed according to their watches and the position of the sun. More disturbing was the discovery that all of their photographs from within the ravine showed the same strange distortion, a blurring of human figures while rock formations remained perfectly sharp, as if the people were moving at high speed despite their subjective experience of moving slowly. The indigenous perspective on the Busegi comes from Romanian folklore, which has long held that these mountains are home to energetic gateways or portals. The ancient Dacians considered the distinctive rock formations to be petrified deities who still retain their power and consciousness. They built sanctuaries at specific sites in the mountains, aligning them astronomically in ways that suggest advanced understanding of celestial mechanics. These traditions speak of places within the range where the boundary between worlds thins, where humans can occasionally glimpse the other realm, a parallel dimension inhabited by beings variously described as Xanaferis, Kapskazuni, giants, or Iolair spirits. Modern practitioners of traditional Romanian spirituality continue to hold ceremonies at specific locations in the Busegi, claiming that the unique energetic properties of these sites enhance spiritual experiences and facilitate communication with non-physical entities. What makes the Busegi phenomena particularly interesting from a scientific perspective is their correlation with measurable electromagnetic anomalies. Unlike many reportedly paranormal locations, where subjective experiences cannot be linked to objective measurements, the Busegi offers both strange experiences that correlate with detectable, repeatable electromagnetic patterns. In 2010, a research team from the University of Bucharest Department of Geophysics installed monitoring equipment at several locations in the Busegi, known for unusual experiences. Their findings, published in a modest academic journal, but largely overlooked by mainstream science, documented regular fluctuations in the local electromagnetic field that followed, neither diurnal patterns nor correlated with solar activity, geomagnetic storms, or other known causes of electromagnetic variation. Most intriguing was their discovery that these fluctuations occurred in mathematically precise patterns, not the random variations one would expect from natural phenomena, but sequences that could be expressed as complex but coherent mathematical formulas. The lead researcher noted that these patterns bore the hallmarks of design rather than chance. Though he was careful to avoid speculating about the source or purpose of such designed electromagnetic fields, the archaeological record adds another layer to the Busegi mystery. The mountains contain numerous ancient sites that have never been fully excavated or studied, partly due to their remote locations, and partly due to the political complexities of archaeological work in Romania during the communist era and its aftermath. Among these are cave systems, with walls bearing symbols that don't match any known ancient writing system. Megalithic structures aligned with astronomical events that would have required sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics to construct, and stone artifacts that appear to have been shaped with technologies inconsistent with conventional understanding of prehistoric capabilities. In 1976, a speleologist, exploring a previously unmapped cave in the Busegi, discovered a chamber containing what appeared to be a perfectly spherical stone, approximately 1 meter in diameter, that seemed to hover slightly above the cave floor, with no visible means of support. Before he could document this finding or bring others to verify it, a severe earthquake collapsed the cave entrance. Subsequent attempts to relocate the chamber have been unsuccessful, leading skeptics to dismiss the account entirely. However, the speleologist's detailed field notes, including precise measurements and sketches, suggest he was describing a real phenomenon rather than fabricating a story. What elevates the Busegi from mere folk tales or misinterpreted natural phenomena is the convergence of multiple lines of evidence: electromagnetic measurements, archaeological anomalies, consistent subjective experiences reported by credible witnesses, and temporal discrepancies that, while anecdotal, follow patterns too consistent to dismiss easily. Is the Busegi Range home to natural phenomena that create unusual electromagnetic fields, affecting human perception and electronic equipment in ways that seem paranormal, but actually stem from poorly understood geophysical processes? Are the mountains honeycombed with the remnants of an ancient civilization that possessed technologies or knowledge that conventional archaeology hasn't yet recognized? Or is there something more exotic at work? Natural portals between dimensions, artificial structures of non-human origin, or technologies left behind by civilizations erased from conventional history? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in mist and legend, protected by terrain that resists easy exploration, guarded by political and scientific orthodoxies that discourage investigation of phenomena that challenge established paradigms. What we do know is that somewhere in the ancient Carpathian Mountains, there are places where electromagnetic fields fluctuate in mathematically precise patterns, where time seems to flow differently than in the surrounding world, where electronic equipment behaves erratically or fails entirely, where people experience perceptions that cannot be easily explained by known psychological or physiological processes. And if you find yourself hiking among the weathered stone formations of the Busegi and notice your watch beginning to run at an unusual pace, or feel a strange resistance to movement, as if the air itself has become denser, perhaps the wisest choice is to simply observe and experience without demanding immediate explanations. Because some mysteries reveal themselves only to those who approach with open minds. Some truths can be perceived only when we temporarily set aside our certainty about what is and isn't possible, in a world that may be far stranger and more complex than our conventional understanding allows. As our journey through mountain mysteries continues, let's travel to a place where the ancient and the cosmic seem to intersect in ways that have puzzled researchers for decades. Mount Shoria in southern Siberia, part of the Abakhan Range. This remote and rugged mountain system contains something extraordinary: megalithic structures of such massive scale and precise engineering that their very existence challenges conventional understanding of prehistory. The mystery of Mount Shoria centers on what has been called the Russian megalith, an immense wall of stone blocks discovered in 2013 by a team of geologists. What makes this structure so remarkable is the size of its component blocks, many weighing over 3,000 tons and measuring up to 20 meters, 65 feet long. For comparison, the largest stones at Stonehenge weigh about 40 tons, and the largest blocks in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh about 80 tons. These gigantic blocks appear to have been precisely cut and fitted together with such accuracy that a knife blade cannot be inserted between them. They form what seems to be a deliberate structure: malsey, bulls terraces, and right-angled corners that suggest artificial construction rather than natural formation. Some blocks show evidence of having been transported from elsewhere, as their composition differs from the surrounding mountain rock. The conventional scientific perspective is that these structures are natural formations, the result of jointing in the bedrock, creating block-like patterns that can resemble artificial construction. Geologists point to similar formations worldwide, created through natural processes of erosion, freeze-thaw cycles, and the way certain types of rock naturally break along plains. However, this explanation struggles to account for several features of the Mount Shoria megalith. The regular, geometric arrangement of blocks in patterns that seem designed rather than random. The presence of stones from different rock types, suggesting transport and placement. The precision of the apparent jointing, which exceeds what's typically seen in natural formations. The sheer size of individual blocks, far larger than humans could move with any known ancient technology. The indigenous shore people, after whom the mountain is named, have traditions that speak of a time when giants walked the earth, constructing massive edifices as homes or fortresses. Their oral histories describe these giants as having come from the stars to shape the world before humans existed. While such stories are typically dismissed as mythology, they represent a cultural memory that recognizes the unusual nature of these formations and attempts to explain their seemingly impossible construction. What makes the Mount Shoria mystery particularly compelling is how it connects to similar megalithic sites worldwide. Places like Baalbek in Lebanon, where the famous Stone of the Pregnant Woman weighs approximately 1,000 tons, Ollantaytambo in Peru, and Sacsayhuaman near Cusco, which all feature stonework of such massive scale and precise fitting that they continue to puzzle engineers and archaeologists. These global similarities suggest either a shared technology that has been lost to history, or, more controversially, some influence that spanned continents in prehistoric times, guiding the development of these remarkably similar construction techniques in cultures supposedly isolated from one another. In 2015, a team of alternative researchers using ground-penetrating radar claimed to have detected chamber-like voids beneath the Mount Shoria structures, suggesting the visible megalith might be only the surface portion of a more extensive complex. Mainstream scientists have questioned both their methodology and findings, but the researchers' raw data, when analyzed by independent specialists in remote sensing, did show anomalies consistent with artificial spaces beneath the surface. Perhaps most intriguing are the reports from those who spend time at the site. Visitors and researchers alike describe unusual phenomena that, while subjective, occur with remarkable consistency. Electronic equipment malfunctions in specific areas near the largest stone blocks. Compasses show significant deviation from magnetic north, with a degree of deviation changing depending on time of day. Watches and timing devices run at measurably different rates within certain areas of the site. Some visitors report heightened sensory experiences, colors that seem more vivid, sounds that carry with unusual clarity, and occasionally, auditory phenomena with no apparent source. In 2018, a team conducting acoustic studies at the site made an accidental discovery. While testing the resonant properties of different stone blocks, a standard archaeological practice to determine density and composition, they found that certain combinations of blocks, when struck in a specific sequence, produced harmonic frequencies that weren't simply the sum of their individual tones. The resonance created standing wave patterns that could be measured with sensitive equipment, forming geometric shapes in the air. Between the stones, patterns identical to those created in cymatics experiments, where sound vibrates particles into organized forms. The lead researcher noted, "It's as if the stones were specifically chosen and arranged to create these harmonic patterns when activated by sound." The mathematical precision required to engineer such acoustic properties would be challenging even with modern technology, let alone prehistoric methods. Geological dating of weathering patterns on the exposed surfaces suggests the structures, if artificial, would have to be at least 12,000 years old, placing their construction before the end of the last ice age, and far earlier than conventional history places the development of advanced civilization. This extreme age, combined with the technical challenges presented by such massive stonework, has led some researchers to propose unconventional theories about the site's origins. Some suggest it represents the remains of a pre-flood civilization with technology far beyond what mainstream archaeology attributes to that era. Others propose more exotic explanations involving non-human intelligence, whether extraterrestrial or from Earth's own deep history. While such theories remain firmly outside mainstream scientific consensus, the site's anomalous features continue to resist fully satisfactory conventional explanation. Russian geophysicist Dr. Alexander Koltypin, who has studied the site extensively, offers a more measured but still controversial assessment. We are dealing with a cyclic view of history, rather than the linear progression taught in schools. Advanced civilizations have risen and fallen multiple times on Earth, their achievements largely erased by cataclysms and time. What we see at Mount Shoria may be the fingerprints of one such civilization, one whose engineering capabilities exceeded our own in certain respects, particularly their understanding of how to move and manipulate enormous monoliths. What elevates Mount Shoria beyond merely being an unusual geological formation is the combination of factors that, taken together, suggest purpose and design. The regular geometry, the precision fitting, the use of different stone types, the acoustic properties, the electromagnetic anomalies, and the sheer scale that defies explanation in terms of known prehistoric capabilities. Is Mount Shoria simply an unusual natural formation that happens to resemble artificial construction? Its seemingly designed features merely the product of specific geological processes combined with human pattern recognition? Is it the remnant of an ancient civilization whose technological capabilities have been dramatically underestimated by conventional archaeology? Or is it something more exotic, on evidence of knowledge or assistance that came from beyond the conventional understanding of human history. Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in the remote wilderness of southern Siberia, protected by harsh conditions that make detailed investigation challenging, regarded by scientific paradigms that resist dramatic revisions to establish historical narratives. What we do know is that somewhere in the ancient mountains of Siberia, there are stone blocks of such immense size and precise arrangement that their very existence challenges our understanding of what was possible in prehistoric times. Blocks that resonate with mathematical precision when activated by sound. Structures that affect electronic equipment and create measurable temporal anomalies. Formations that connect, in their technical characteristics, to similar sites across continents and cultures supposedly isolated from one another. And if you find yourself standing before these enormous stone edifices, watching your compass needle swing erratically and feeling the subtle vibration of harmonic frequencies through the soles of your feet, perhaps the wisest choice is to consider that our understanding of history may be far less complete than we typically assume, because some mysteries aren't just puzzles to be solved, but invitations to reconsider our most basic assumptions about the past and the capabilities of those who came before us. Our exploration of mountain mysteries now brings us to a legendary peak, shrouded in sacred significance and unexplained phenomena, Mount Kailash in Tibet. Standing at 638 meters, 778 feet, this distinctive pyramid-shaped mountain is unique in never having been climbed, not because of technical difficulty, but because it is considered sacrosanct by multiple religions. Hindus revere it as the abode of Lord Shiva, Buddhists as the home of Buddha Demchok, Jains as the site where their first spiritual leader achieved liberation, and the ancient Bon religion as the soul of their faith. What makes Mount Kailash a true mystery goes far beyond its religious significance. The mountain exhibits a number of anomalous characteristics that have puzzled scientists and pilgrims alike for centuries. Perhaps most striking is the mountain's nearly perfect pyramidal shape. Its 4 faces align precisely with the cardinal directions, each face remarkably symmetrical. While natural mountains can sometimes form distinctive shapes through erosion and geological processes, the precision of Kailash's geometry has led some researchers to suggest it may have been artificially shaped or enhanced in prehistoric times. Geologists counter that specific types of stratified rock can erode in ways that create geometric patterns, but acknowledge that Kailash's symmetry is unusually perfect. Adding to the mystery is the mountain's isolation. Unlike most major peaks, which are typically part of a range with similar mountains, Kailash stands notably apart from its neighbors in height, shape, and geological composition. Analysis of rock samples indicates that Kailash formed approximately 50–60 million years ago, but contains layers that appear to be significantly older than the surrounding mountains, suggesting a complex geological history that hasn't been fully explained. The area surrounding Kailash contains further anomalies. 4 major rivers originate near the mountain: the Indus, Satluj, Brahmaputra, and Karnali, a major tributary of the Ganges, flowing in the 4 cardinal directions. This remarkable hydrological phenomenon, with 4 significant river systems radiating outward like spokes on a wheel, has no parallel elsewhere on Earth, and defies typical watershed patterns. What elevates Mount Kailash beyond geological curiosity to genuine mystery are the consistent reports of unusual phenomena experienced by those who undertake the traditional Kora minor, the ritual circumambulation of the mountain. This 52-kilometer, 32-mile circuit typically takes 3 days to complete and has been performed by pilgrims for thousands of years. These reports, remarkably consistent across cultures, times, and individual backgrounds, include accelerated aging or de-aging. Many pilgrims report that fingernails and hair grow at significantly faster rates during the Kora. Others report that old scars fade more quickly than normal. These claims might be dismissed as subjective impressions, except that measurements taken before and after by medical researchers have documented growth rates up to 3 times normal in some individuals. Time dilation, experience guides, with precise knowledge of how long each segment of the journey should take, report that certain sections seem to compress or expand temporally mice, with watches and timing devices, confirming that a segment that typically requires 4 hours can sometimes be completed in 2, or conversely, can take 6 or more hours despite consistent walking speed and conditions. Spontaneous alterations in perception. Pilgrims frequently report heightened sensory awareness, visual phenomena, including auras around people and objects, and occasionally shared visions or hallucinations experienced simultaneously by multiple individuals with no prior relationship or communication. In 1998, A team of Russian researchers, using sensitive gravimetric equipment, detected what they described as a significant gravity anomaly, centered on Mount Kailash in an area where objects appeared to weigh slightly less than they should, based on standard gravitational calculations. While the difference was minimal, approximately 0.6% less than expected, it was consistent across multiple instruments and testing methods, ruling out equipment error. More puzzling was the fact that the anomaly appeared to fluctuate in strength according to lunar cycles and certain astronomical alignments, suggesting a complex interaction between the mountain and cosmic factors that mainstream physics struggles to explain. The indigenous perspective on Kailash comes from Tibetan Buddhist and pre-Buddhist Bon traditions, which have accumulated thousands of years of observations and experiences. According to these traditions, Kailash isn't merely a sacred mountain, but a gateway or access point between dimensions, what they call a beal or hidden land. The mountain is said to exist simultaneously in our physical world and in more subtle realms, with certain locations around its base serving as potential doorways between these dimensions under specific conditions. These traditions speak of advanced practitioners who have entered such gateways, experiencing what Western terminology might call time dilation, spending what seemed like hours or days in these other realms, only to return and discover that years had passed in our world. Or conversely, spending what felt like years in meditation within these spaces and returning to find only moments had elapsed outside. While easy to dismiss as religious mythology, these accounts bear striking similarities to the temporal anomalies reported by modern visitors with no knowledge of these traditions. They also parallel descriptions in quantum physics of how time might function differently in other dimensions or under extreme gravitational conditions. In 2001, a medical research team conducting high-altitude physiology studies near Kailash documented something unprecedented, monitoring the vital signs of pilgrims before, during, and after their circumambulation of the mountain. They recorded significant changes in brainwave patterns that defied conventional medical understanding. EEG readings showed that many pilgrims, regardless of their religious background or meditation experience, spontaneously entered states typically associated with deep meditation or transcendental experiences, states characterized by synchronized gamma wave activity across multiple brain regions. What made this finding particularly remarkable was that such brain states typically require years of meditation practice to achieve, yet were occurring in individuals with no such background. Even more puzzling, these changes appeared most pronounced at specific points along the Kora route, suggesting some localized influence rather than a purely psychological or cultural effect. Dr. Elena Vorontsova, the neurologist who led the study, wrote in her journal, "Something about this mountain affects human consciousness in measurable, reproducible ways that our current scientific framework cannot adequately explain. The patterns we're observing suggest either an unknown form of electromagnetic influence on neural activity or something even more fundamental that we lack the scientific vocabulary to properly describe." What makes the Kailash phenomena particularly compelling is how the subjective experiences of visitors correlate with objective measurements. Changes in brainwave patterns, gravitational anomalies, temporal discrepancies confirmed by precision timepieces. Unlike many allegedly paranormal locations, where unusual experiences can't be verified by instrumentation, Kailash offers both my subjective reports backed by objective data that defies easy explanation. Perhaps the most controversial aspect of Mount Kailash involves what some researchers have described as its artificial features. When viewed from certain angles, particularly from the south face, the mountain displays what appear to be geometric patterns etched into its surface, massive, straight-line grooves and terraces that form a complex, interlocking design reminiscent of circuit boards or architectural blueprints. Geologists maintain these are natural features created by the particular way this type of rock erodes along stratification lines. However, computer analysis of these patterns conducted by a team from Moscow State University in 2008 revealed mathematical relationships between the various elements that, according to the lead researcher, suggest a degree of design that would be extraordinarily improbable to occur through random natural processes. The team's findings were never formally published in Western scientific journals, leading to accusations of suppression by some and dismissal as pseudoscience by others. The raw data and preliminary analysis, however, have circulated among researchers interested in the phenomenon, generating ongoing debate about whether Mount Kailash may represent what one researcher controversially termed a monument rather than a mountain. In 2015, a documentary filmmaker using a high-resolution drone to capture footage of Kailash's southern face discovered something unexpected when reviewing the images. At specific times of day, when the sunlight strikes the mountain at particular angles, certain patterns become visible that are otherwise imperceptible. These patterns include what appear to be enormous geometric symbols consistent with sacred geometry found across ancient cultures, worldwide mice golden rectangles, perfect circles, and interlocking triangles of such precision that they would require advanced mathematical knowledge to create. Skeptics point out that human pattern recognition is prone to seeing meaning in random natural formations, particularly when those formations are associated with religious significance. However, mathematical analysis of these patterns reveals proportional relationships such as the golden ratio and Fibonacci sequences, appearing with a frequency that statistical models suggest would be highly improbable in purely natural formations. What elevates Mount Kailash beyond mere curiosity or religious significance is this convergence of factors: its isolated geological uniqueness, the measurable physical anomalies surrounding it, the consistent subjective experiences reported across cultures and time periods, and the apparently designed elements that resist conventional natural explanation. Is Mount Kailash simply an unusual natural formation that happens to trigger profound psychological and physiological responses in humans due to its imposing presence and cultural significance? Is it a natural formation that was modified or enhanced by an ancient, technologically advanced civilization whose existence has been forgotten by conventional history? Or is it something more exotic, a genuine nexus point between dimensions, as indigenous traditions suggest, a place where the fundamental laws of physics operate differently than in the surrounding world? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in clouds and protected by both physical inaccessibility and cultural taboos against climbing the peak itself. The mountain stands inviolate, neither confirming nor denying the multitude of theories surrounding it, offering its mysteries only to those who approach with respect and openness rather than the determination to conquer or categorize. What we do know is that somewhere in the remote Tibetan plateau, there stands a pyramidal peak of such perfect symmetry that it appears designed rather than formed. A mountain that affects human consciousness in measurable ways, that creates gravitational and temporal anomalies detected by modern instruments, but bears patterns suggesting mathematical knowledge encoded into its very structure. And if you find yourself walking the ancient Kora path around its base, feeling your perception shift and your sense of time distort as you pass certain points along the route, perhaps the wisest choice is to embrace the experience without demanding immediate rational explanation. Because some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, but experienced, some questions lead not to definitive answers, but to deeper questions about the nature of reality itself. Let's continue our journey to a mountain range whose very name has become synonymous with mystery and danger, the Bermuda Triangle of mountaineering, known as the Dyatlov Pass in Russia's northern Ural Mountains. While not particularly tall by global standards, with peaks reaching around 1,500 meters, 4,920 feet, these mountains have earned a sinister reputation due to one of the most perplexing and disturbing incidents in outdoor adventure history. In February 1959, 9 experienced hikers and ski tourists, led by Igor Dyatlov, died under circumstances so bizarre and inexplicable that they continue to puzzle investigators. More than 6 decades later, the group had established camp on the slopes of Kholat Syakh, translated as Dead Mountain in the indigenous Mansi language, when something caused them to tear their way out of their tents in the middle of a sub-zero night. Fleeing barefoot and inadequately dressed into a blizzard where temperatures approached -30 degrees Celsius, -22 degrees Fahrenheit. The facts, as established by the official investigation, defy rational explanation. The 9 victims were found scattered across the snow, some up to a mile from their shredded tent. Despite the freezing temperatures, most were only partially clothed, with some found wearing only underwear. None had apparent external injuries that would explain their deaths. Most died of hypothermia, but 3 showed evidence of physical trauma so severe that one investigator compared them to injuries sustained by high-speed car crash victims, including a crushed skull, a major chest fractures, and in one case, a missing tongue. Most disturbing was the lack of signs of struggle or panic. The footprints in the snow indicated they had walked away from the tent at a normal pace, not running in terror. Their tent had been cut open from the inside, suggesting they were trying to escape something rather than respond to an external attack. Equipment and valuables remained untouched, ruling out robbery or human conflict. The official Soviet investigation concluded with the notoriously vague explanation that the group had died due to a compelling natural force, and the case was classified and closed. When the files were finally declassified in the 1990s, they revealed more questions than answers, including reports that the bodies had elevated levels of radiation, and that witnesses in the area described strange orange spheres in the sky on the night of the incident. Since then, numerous theories have been proposed to explain the Dyatlov Pass incident, ranging from the plausible to the fantastic: an avalanche that forced the group to flee their tent, followed by hypothermia, a katabatic wind event, creating an infrasound phenomenon that induced panic, military testing gone wrong, with a cover-up by Soviet authorities, an encounter with indigenous Mansi people protecting sacred territory, an attack by an unknown predator or undocumented creature, a confrontation with escaping Gulag prisoners, exposure to experimental Soviet weapons, a UFO encounter, or abduction attempt. Each theory explains some elements of the case but fails to account for others. The avalanche theory, for instance, doesn't explain the radiation or why the experienced hikers would flee downhill rather than toward a nearby forest. The military testing theory doesn't explain the bizarre pattern of injuries or why some victims were missing eyes and tongues. The indigenous Mansi people have their own perspective on what happened at Dyatlov Pass. According to their traditions, Kalatsiakal is a place where the boundary between worlds thins periodically, allowing entities from their spirit realm to cross over into the physical world. They avoid camping on its slopes, particularly during certain lunar phases and celestial alignments, believing that those who sleep there risk attracting attention from beings not bound by physical laws as humans understand them. While such explanations are typically dismissed as superstition, the Mansi have accumulated centuries of observational knowledge about the region's peculiarities. Their warnings about specific locations have often proven to correlate with unusual geological or atmospheric phenomena that Western science has only recently begun to understand. What makes the Dyatlov Pass incident a true mountain mystery is not just the bizarre circumstances of the 9 deaths, but the way the region has accumulated additional strange occurrences before and since. Local guides report consistent equipment failures in certain areas, compasses that spin erratically, batteries that drain inexplicably, radio equipment that picks up transmissions that shouldn't be receivable at that location, or more disturbingly, transmissions that consist of mechanical sounding tones and patterns rather than human voices. In 1978, almost 2 decades after the original incident, a group of geologists working approximately 32 kilometers, 20 miles from Dyatlov Pass, reported seeing a perfect sphere of light, approximately 4 meters in diameter, hovering above the ground near their camp. According to their account, the sphere pulsed with internal light, moved against the wind in deliberate patterns, approached within 15 meters of their tents, then accelerated vertically at impossible speed, and vanished. That same night, all of their sampling equipment registered unusual radiation spikes, and their radio picked up what they described as voices speaking rapidly in a language none of us recognized, interspersed with mechanical sounds like coded transmissions. In 1996, a mountaineering party attempting to retrace the route of the original Dyatlov group reported temporal anomalies similar to those we've encountered in other mountain mysteries. Their carefully planned 6-hour trek took over 11 hours despite good weather and consistent pace, with all watches showing the same discrepancy. More disturbing was their discovery, upon reviewing photographs taken during their expedition, of what appeared to be a tall, thin figure watching them from a ridge approximately 300 meters away. YNSO figure visible in 3 consecutive photos taken by different cameras but not noticed by any member of the party at the time. Analysis of these photos by experts in photography and digital imaging confirmed they had not been tampered with, and that the figure, while indistinct at that distance, was consistent with a very tall human or humanoid form estimated at approximately 2.3 to 2.5 meters, 7.5 to 8.2 feet in height. When asked why none of the party had noticed such a distinctive figure in their direct line of sight, the expedition leader said only, "I can't explain it. It's as if our minds simply refused to register its presence, like something preventing us from perceiving it even though it was right there in front of us." In 2014, Russian authorities officially reopened the Dyatlov case due to continued public interest and advancing investigative technologies. Their new investigation concluded that an avalanche was the most likely cause of the initial tent evacuation, with hypothermia and paradoxical undressing, a known phenomenon where hypothermia victims feel hot and remove clothing, explaining the state of the bodies. However, this explanation still struggles to account for many elements of the case: the crushed skulls and chest cavities with no external injuries, the missing soft tissues, the radiation, the orange spheres reported by multiple witnesses, and perhaps most significantly, the lack of avalanche evidence found by the original investigators who arrived just weeks after the incident and were experienced in recognizing such signs. A 2019 expedition by the Russian Geographical Society, using ground-penetrating radar and advanced snow science techniques, found no evidence that the slope above the Dyatlov camp was steep enough to produce a significant avalanche. They also noted that the tent had been erected in a location that any experienced winter mountaineer, as Dyatlov and his team certainly were, would recognize as safe from avalanche risk. What elevates the Dyatlov Pass from merely a tragic accident to a genuine mystery is this resistance to definitive explanation, despite decades of investigation. Every proposed solution resolves some aspects of the case while creating new questions about others. The mountain seems to guard its secrets with the same implacable silence that has frustrated investigators since 1959. Perhaps most disturbing are the patterns that emerge when the Dyatlov incident is viewed in the context of other unusual occurrences in the Northern Urals. Local guides and indigenous Mansi people report that certain areas within the range have accumulated legends of missing persons, strange lights, unexplained sounds, and equipment failures going back centuries. These reports cluster around specific locations, with Kolatsiakl being only one of several thin places identified in their traditions. Is there something unique about the Northern Urals that creates unusual atmospheric or geological phenomena capable of affecting human psychology, perception, and even physiology? Is the region subject to military testing or other human activities that have been concealed from public knowledge? Or is there something more fundamental and strange about these particular mountains? Does some quality or property that occasionally manifests in ways our current scientific framework struggles to categorize or explain? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in swirling snow and official secrecy, protected by the remote and inhospitable nature of the landscape itself, regarded by the passage of time that has claimed most of the original investigators and witnesses. What we do know is that somewhere in the cold, unforgiving peaks of the Northern Urals, 9 experienced mountaineers fled from their tent in terror, choosing certain death in the freezing night rather than facing whatever had driven them out. Something crushed skulls and ribs as if they were eggshells without leaving external marks. Something removed eyes and tongues with surgical precision. Something left radiation traces on bodies and clothing. And whatever that something was, it has never been definitively identified despite over 60 years of investigation by experts from multiple fields. And if you find yourself hiking in the Ural Mountains and come across a slope that seems oddly silent, where your compass needle spins without settling, where you feel a sense of observation without seeing an observer, perhaps the wisest choice is to establish camp elsewhere, to respect the boundaries that others have crossed to their cost. Because some mountains keep their secrets at any price, some mysteries exact a terrible toll from those who probe too deeply. Some questions are answered only with more profound and disturbing questions about what might exist in the remote corners of our world. Our exploration of mountain mysteries now takes us to a place where science and spirituality have collided for centuries, the mystical mountains of Montserrat in Catalonia, Spain. While modest in height, with peaks reaching only about 1,236 meters, 4,055 feet, what these mountains lack in stature, they make up for in sheer otherworldliness. The name Montserrat means serrated mountain, aptly describing the jagged, saw-toothed appearance of this isolated massif that rises dramatically from the surrounding plains. What makes Montserrat immediately striking is its bizarre geology. Thousands of rounded pillar-like formations composed of conglomerate rock, resorted over millions of years into shapes so distinctive and improbable that they appear almost artificial. These stone pillars, some reaching over 200 meters tall, stand in formations so regular they've been compared to organ pipes or the fingers of giant hands reaching toward the sky. While geologists explain these formations as the result of natural processes, ancient river deposits cemented together, then fractured and eroded through millennia of wind and water action, neither perfect, columnar structure and unusual arrangement have fueled speculation about possible artificial enhancement or design. Some researchers have noted that certain groupings of pillars align precisely with astronomical events like solstices and equinoxes when viewed from specific vantage points, suggesting either remarkable coincidence or deliberate intention. The mystery of Montserrat extends beyond its unusual geology to the persistent reports of anomalous phenomena that have accumulated around these mountains for centuries. Long before the establishment of the famous Benedictine monastery in the 11th century, the region was known as a place of spiritual significance and unusual occurrences. Perhaps the most consistently reported phenomena are the lights, unexplained illuminations that appear and disappear among the stone pillars, usually after sunset or before dawn. Unlike many ghostly light phenomena that remain distant or fleeting, the lights of Montserrat sometimes approach observers directly, hovering at close range before vanishing or shooting away at impossible speeds. In 1975, a group of hikers camping on one of the mountain's plateaus reported being surrounded by what they described as spheres of blue-white light, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter. According to their account, these spheres moved with apparent intelligence, responding to sounds and movements, occasionally merging together into larger formations before separating again. The experience lasted approximately 20 minutes, ending when all the spheres simultaneously accelerated upward and disappeared. All 5 witnesses provided consistent details despite being interviewed separately, and none had any history of fabrication or psychological issues that might explain a shared hallucination. More puzzling are the acoustic anomalies associated with Montserrat. The mountains are known for unusual sound propagation effects, with certain locations creating perfect natural amplification, while others seem to absorb sound entirely, creating pockets of unnatural silence. Musicians have long been fascinated by these properties, with some claiming that certain melodies played in specific locations produce harmonic resonances far more complex than the original notes should generate. In 1982, a team from Barcelona University's Department of Acoustics conducted experiments in these areas, confirming that something unusual was occurring. Their instruments detected harmonic overtones and resonant frequencies that couldn't be explained by normal acoustic principles of reflection and absorption. Most intriguing was their discovery that these effects weren't consistent but seemed to fluctuate according to factors they couldn't identify and mix, sometimes occurring strongly, other times absent entirely, with no apparent correlation to weather, temperature, or other known variables. The lead researcher noted, "It's as if the mountain itself is somehow participating in the sound production, adding harmonics and tones that shouldn't be there based on the physics of the original sound. The effect isn't subtle or subjective mighty, it's measurable, reproducible, and completely unexplained by conventional acoustic science." The indigenous perspective on Montserrat comes from ancient Iberian and later Catalan folklore, which has long held that the mountains are home to beings that exist between the physical and spiritual realms. These entities, variously described as encantados, the enchanted ones, or loms de la montaña, mountain lights, are said to be neither human nor entirely non-physical, but something in between, mice capable of manifesting visibly under certain conditions and interacting with the physical world in limited ways. According to these traditions, the distinctive stone formations of Montserrat aren't merely natural features, but petrified beings, ancient entities that took solid form so long ago that they've become part of the landscape itself, yet retain some essence of their original nature. This essence occasionally manifests as the mysterious lights, unusual sounds, or the powerful emotional experiences reported by sensitive visitors. While such explanations are typically dismissed as folk superstition, they represent an attempt to make sense of genuinely anomalous experiences that have been reported consistently across centuries by people from widely varying backgrounds and belief systems. What makes Montserrat particularly interesting among mountain mysteries is how these experiences intersect with religious and spiritual traditions. The mountains have been a center of religious devotion since at least the 9th century, when reports of unusual phenomena and miraculous occurrences led to the establishment of hermitages among the peaks. The famous Black Madonna statue, enshrined in the monastery, has its own mysterious origin story, allegedly discovered in a cave after shepherds observed unusual lights. Catholic authorities have generally attributed these phenomena to divine or angelic manifestations, while acknowledging that something genuinely unusual occurs in these mountains. Father Miquel Estrada, who served as a monk at Montserrat for over 40 years, wrote in his private journal, "There are things that happen here that defy simple explanation. Experiences that occur with too much consistency to dismiss as imagination or coincidence. Whether they are divine in origin or stem from some property of the mountain itself that we don't yet understand, I cannot say with certainty. But I have witnessed them myself, as have countless others who came here with no expectation of such experiences." In 2005, a scientific expedition equipped with thermal imaging cameras, electromagnetic field detectors, and sensitive audio equipment spent 2 weeks investigating the areas most associated with anomalous reports. Their findings, while not conclusive, were suggestive. They detected localized magnetic anomalies that shifted position over time rather than remaining fixed as would be expected if caused by mineral deposits. Their audio equipment captured sounds in the ultrasonic range that formed distinct patterns rather than random noise. Most intriguing were their thermal images, which occasionally showed heat signatures moving among the rock formations, signatures that matched no known animal in size and movement pattern and seemed to appear and disappear rather than entering or leaving the camera's field of view. The team leader, Dr. Jordi Català, a geophysicist with no previous interest in paranormal research, concluded, "We came to debunk myths and instead found phenomena that our instruments could detect, but our current scientific framework cannot adequately explain. Whatever is occurring at Montserrat represents either natural processes we don't yet understand or something that falls outside our conventional categories of natural phenomena entirely." What elevates Montserrat beyond mere folklore or religious tradition is this convergence of subjective experiences with objective measurements, electromagnetic anomalies, acoustic phenomena, and visual events captured by multiple types of instrumentation. Unlike many allegedly paranormal locations where unusual experiences can't be verified by technology, Montserrat offers both consistent subjective reports backed by instrumental readings that defy conventional explanation. Perhaps most compelling are the consistent transformative effects reported by visitors to certain locations within the mountains. People with no knowledge of the site's reputations describe profound shifts in consciousness, heightened sensory awareness, and emotional responses so powerful they can be overwhelming. These experiences aren't limited to the religious or spiritually inclined, but affect skeptics and believers alike, suggesting something beyond suggestion or expectation. In 2017, a neurological study monitored the brain activity of volunteers, spending time in locations associated with these reports, comparing readings to control locations elsewhere in the mountains, with similar environmental conditions. The results showed distinct differences in neural activity, specifically, increased synchronization across brain regions and elevated gamma wave patterns, typically associated with states of heightened awareness and consciousness. These changes occurred regardless of the participants' beliefs or expectations, suggesting a genuine influence rather than a placebo effect. Is Montserrat simply a place where unusual geological and atmospheric conditions create experiences that seem paranormal but actually stem from natural causes we don't yet understand? Are the distinctive rock formations actually artificial or enhanced structures created by an ancient civilization for purposes lost to history? Or is there something more mysterious at work, some quality or energy or presence that occasionally manifests in ways that bridge the gap between the material and the non-material, between the objective and the subjective, between science and spirituality? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded among the impossible stone pillars, protected by the very qualities that make these phenomena so difficult to study systematically. Their tendency to occur when least expected and vanish when deliberately sought. What we do know is that somewhere among the serrated peaks of Catalonia, there's a mountain where lights move with apparent intelligence, where sounds create impossible harmonics, where magnetic fields shift and dance as if alive, where human consciousness itself seems affected by forces or influences that transcend conventional understanding. And if you find yourself hiking among the stone pillars of Montserrat as dusk approaches and notice lights that move in ways no physical object should move, or hear harmonics in the wind that form melodies too complex to be random, perhaps the wisest choice is to approach with respect rather than skepticism, with openness rather than preconception. Because some mysteries don't yield to clinical analysis, but reveal themselves only to those willing to experience them on their own terms. Some phenomena exist at the intersection of the physical and something else that our language lacks precise words to describe. Our expedition through mountain mysteries now carries us to a place of ancient power and modern puzzle, the sacred peaks of Hawaii, specifically the dormant volcano Haleakala on the island of Maui. Rising 10,023 feet, 3,055 meters from sea level, this massive shield volcano forms more than 75% of Maui's landmass and contains a crater so vast that Manhattan could fit inside it. The name Haleakala means House of the Sun in Hawaiian, referring to the legend of the demigod Maui, who captured the sun and forced it to move more slowly across the sky, lengthening the day. But beyond this well-known mythology lies a deeper mystery that connects ancient Hawaiian spiritual traditions with modern, unexplained phenomena in ways that continue to puzzle both cultural experts and scientists. What makes Haleakala particularly intriguing is the persistence of anomalous experiences reported there, not just in ancient legends, but continuing into the present day, often witnessed by individuals with no prior knowledge of the mountain's mysterious reputation. Perhaps the most consistently reported phenomena are the Heiso Nain, or spirit light's luminous manifestations that appear most frequently at dawn and dusk, moving across the crater in patterns that defy explanation as aircraft, drones, or other conventional light sources. Unlike many ghostly light phenomena that appear faint or distant, the lights of Haleakala are often described as brilliant and sometimes approach observers directly. In 1988, a group of astronomers preparing for a night of observation at the mountain's summit facility reported seeing what they initially thought was a helicopter approaching across the crater. As it drew nearer, however, they realized it was a sphere of light approximately 3 meters in diameter, moving horizontally at an estimated speed of 30 miles per hour. The sphere stopped approximately 100 meters from their position, hovering silently for nearly 10 minutes before ascending vertically at extraordinary speed and vanishing. All 5 witnesses were experienced professionals familiar with atmospheric phenomena, aircraft, and astronomical observations, yet none could offer a conventional explanation for what they had seen. More puzzling are the acoustic anomalies associated with certain areas of the mountain. Visitors report hearing chanting, drumming, or other musical sounds emanating from empty sections of the crater or from lava tubes where no one is present. These sounds are not mere subjective impressions, but have been recorded on audio equipment, ruling out simple hallucination. In 2003, a documentary crew filming in the crater captured such sounds on their professional recording equipment. Analysis by audio engineers confirmed that the chanting contained distinct words in the Hawaiian language, arranged in patterns consistent with ancient Oli chants, but with unusual harmonic overtones that voice specialists confirmed would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for human vocal cords to produce. The recordings were made in an area where no other humans were present for at least 2 miles in any direction, as confirmed by park rangers. The indigenous Hawaiian perspective on these phenomena emerges from a sophisticated spiritual tradition that views Halekala not merely as a mountain, but as a living entity, a physical manifestation of divine forces that remains actively connected to both the natural and spiritual realms. According to traditional kahuna priests and knowledge keepers, certain locations on the mountain serve as gateways where beings from the fo, the realm of gods and ancestors, can cross into the ao, the realm of the living. Kumu Hula Hokulani Holt, a respected cultural practitioner, explains our ancestors understood that places like Halekala exist simultaneously in multiple dimensions. What modern people might call paranormal experiences, we recognize as natural interactions between realms that are normally separate but occasionally overlap. The mountain doesn't just symbolize the connection between earth and sky. Between human and divine minds, it actively facilitates that connection in ways that can be experienced directly under the right conditions. While such explanations might be dismissed as cultural mythology by conventional science, they represent a sophisticated framework for understanding genuinely anomalous experiences that have been reported consistently across centuries by people from widely varying cultural backgrounds and belief systems. What makes Halekala particularly significant among mountain mysteries is the way these experiences correlate with measurable physical phenomena. The mountain hosts one of the world's leading astronomical observatories, precisely because of its unusual atmospheric conditions, its exceptional clarity, stability, and freedom from light pollution. But these same areas have produced instrument readings that puzzle scientists localize magnetic anomalies, unexpected radiation signatures, and atmospheric phenomena that don't behave according to standard meteorological models. In 1997, researchers from the Halekala Observatory were conducting routine atmospheric measurements when their instruments detected what they initially believed was equipment malfunction, a series of rapid fluctuations in the local electromagnetic field that formed distinct patterns rather than random noise. When they switched to backup equipment, the same readings appeared, confirming that whatever they were detecting was a real phenomenon rather than instrument error. Dr. Caroline Matsuda, who led the research team, noted, "The patterns we observed suggested intelligent design rather than natural occurrence. They contained mathematical sequences that appeared deliberately constructed, similar to how we might design a signal to communicate with extraterrestrial intelligence. Yet they emanated from a completely empty section of the crater, where no transmission equipment existed. We still have no adequate explanation for what we recorded." The observatory's logs contain multiple similar incidents spanning decades, though most have never been publicly reported due to concerns about scientific credibility. One senior researcher, speaking on condition of anonymity, acknowledged, "There are phenomena associated with this mountain that fall outside our current scientific framework. We document them, we discuss them privately, but there's no professional incentive to publish findings that raise more questions than they answer, especially when those questions might appear to validate indigenous beliefs that science has historically dismissed." Perhaps most intriguing are the temporal anomalies reported on Halekala. Hikers in certain areas of the crater describe experiences where time seems to flow at different rates than normal maizuris, either compressed, where hours pass that feel like minutes, or expanded, where what seems like an extended period turns out to have been just moments according to watches, and the sun's position. In 2012, a research team from the University of Hawaii conducted an unusual experiment, placing precisely synchronized atomic clocks at various locations around the crater and monitoring them over a 72-hour period. What they found defied conventional physics. Clocks placed in certain locations showed discrepancies that couldn't be explained by known relativistic effects, equipment malfunction, or environmental factors. While the differences were small in the microsecond range, they were consistent and correlated specifically with locations associated with anomalous experiences in Hawaiian tradition. The lead physicist, Dr. Raymond Akana, wrote in his notes, "Either we've discovered a previously unknown effect that causes atomic decay rates to vary based on location in ways current physics cannot explain, or time itself flows differently in these specific places. Neither option fits comfortably within our current scientific paradigm, yet the data leaves no other possibilities. What elevates Haleakala beyond mere cultural mythology or isolated strange experiences is this convergence of traditional knowledge with modern measurement indigenous sacred sites that correspond precisely with locations where scientific instruments detect anomalies. Ancient legends of phenomena that continue to be reported by contemporary witnesses with no knowledge of those traditions. Spiritual practices that produce experiences now being partially validated by neurological and physical research. In 2018, a multidisciplinary team, combining cultural practitioners, physicists, geologists, and consciousness researchers, spent 3 weeks on Haleakala, attempting to bridge the gap between indigenous knowledge and scientific methodology. Their approach was revolutionary. Rather than dismissing traditional Hawaiian understandings as superstition to be explained away, they incorporated those perspectives into their research design, using them as hypotheses to test against empirical measurement. The results were remarkable. Using equipment ranging from magnetometers and radiation detectors to EEG monitors and gas chromatographs, they documented correlations between locations identified in Hawaiian tradition as thin places between realms and measurable fluctuations in electromagnetic fields. Times of day associated with increased spiritual activity in Hawaiian practice, and statistically significant patterns in atmospheric ionization. Traditional ceremonial practices and measurable changes in participants' brainwave patterns, heart rate variability, and certain neurochemical markers. Dr. Nalini Wilson, who co-led the research team, observed, "We're not claiming to have proven the literal existence of spirits or deities. What we've demonstrated is that traditional Hawaiian understanding of Haleakala maps with remarkable precision onto physical phenomena that our instruments can detect but our current scientific models struggle to explain." Whether you interpret these phenomena through a spiritual or scientific lens, the mountain is clearly a place where something extraordinary is occurring. Is Haleakala simply a location where unusual geological, atmospheric, and electromagnetic conditions create experiences that seem paranormal but actually stem from natural causes we don't yet understand? Is it a place where human consciousness interacts with the environment in ways that transcend our current understanding of physics and neuroscience? Or is the Hawaiian perspective closest to the truth, that the mountain exists simultaneously in multiple realms of reality, serving as a gateway between dimensions that occasionally becomes perceptible to human awareness? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in clouds that gather and dissipate around the summit, protected by cultural protocols that have preserved these mysteries for generations. Guarded by the limitations of scientific instruments and methodologies, when confronted with phenomena that may be inherently resistant to conventional measurement and analysis. What we do know is that somewhere on the ancient volcanic slopes of Maui, there's a mountain where lights move with apparent intelligence, where sounds emerge from empty space, where time itself seems to flow differently in certain locations, where human consciousness appears to interact with the environment in ways that transcend conventional understanding. And if you find yourself standing on the rim of Haleakala's vast crater as the sun rises or sets, and notice lights moving in patterns that no aircraft could achieve, or hear chanting where no human voices should be, perhaps the wisest choice is to approach these phenomena with the same respect and openness that Hawaiians have maintained for centuries. Because some mysteries transcend cultural boundaries, some experiences connect us to aspects of reality that exist beyond our everyday awareness. Some mountains serve as bridges between worlds that are normally separate, but occasionally, fleetingly, gloriously interconnected. As our journey through mountain mysteries continues, let's venture to a region where the natural and the supernatural have been intertwined in local consciousness for millennia. The mountains of Japan, specifically the notorious Aokigahara forest at the base of Mount Fuji. While Fuji itself is revered as sacred in Japanese tradition, Aokigahara has developed a darker reputation as a place where the boundary between life and death, between the physical and spiritual realms, seems particularly permeable. Aokigahara, also known as the Sea of Trees, is a 30 square kilometer forest growing on a hardened lava flow from Mount Fuji's last major eruption in 864 CE. What makes this forest immediately unusual is its silence. The density of the trees and the volcanic rock beneath them absorb sound to an extraordinary degree, creating an unnatural stillness that many visitors find profoundly unsettling. The porous volcanic soil also interferes with compasses and occasionally disrupts GPS devices, making it easy for hikers to become disoriented despite the forest's relatively small size. While Aokigahara has gained unfortunate modern notoriety as a suicide location, a topic we won't dwell on out of respect for those affected, the forest's mysterious reputation far predates this recent association. For centuries, it has been considered a place where yurei, ghosts, and yukai supernatural beings dwell, where the veil between worlds thins, where time and space themselves seem to behave according to different rules than the surrounding landscape. Perhaps the most consistently reported phenomena in Aokigahara are the visual anomalies minus glimpse figures that vanish when approached, shadows that move independently of any visible source, and occasionally full apparitions that appear briefly before fading from view. Unlike many allegedly haunted locations where such sightings are vague or inconsistent, the apparitions of Aokigahara often follow specific patterns and appear in consistent locations, suggesting something beyond random hallucination or imagination. In 1985, a university research team conducting a botanical survey of the forest reported an experience that defies conventional explanation. All 4 members simultaneously observed what appeared to be a procession of human figures moving through the trees approximately 50 meters from their position. The figures were described as wearing white clothing of an archaic style, moving in single file without touching the ground, and generating no sound despite passing through dense underbrush. The sighting lasted approximately 40 seconds before the figures faded from view, and was documented in the team's field notes with remarkable consistency across all 4 witnesses. More unsettling are the acoustic anomalies associated with Aokigahara. Despite the forest's famous silence, visitors frequently report hearing voices, footsteps, or crying sounds that have no apparent source. These sounds often exhibit unusual properties, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, remaining at the same volume regardless of the listener's movement toward or away from the apparent source, or shifting position in ways that defy normal sound propagation. In 2001, a documentary crew filming in the forest captured such sounds on their professional recording equipment. Analysis by audio engineers revealed that the recorded voices contained phonemes and speech patterns consistent with archaic Japanese dialects not commonly spoken for several centuries. More puzzling was the fact that these sounds registered on equipment but were not heard by the human ear at the time of recording and only becoming audible during playback, ruling out contemporary human sources in the forest. The indigenous Japanese perspective on Aokigahara emerges from Shinto and Buddhist traditions that recognize certain natural locations as points of intersection between the physical world and the spiritual realm. According to these traditions, the forest exists simultaneously in the world of the living and the world of the dead, serving as a transitional space where beings from both realms may occasionally encounter one another. Shinto priest Takashi Hirayama explains, "In our tradition, places like Aokigahara are not haunted in the Western sense, but rather exist in a state of overlap between dimensions. The unusual phenomena people experience there are not supernatural in the sense of violating natural law, but perfectly natural manifestations of a more complete reality than what we typically perceive. The forest doesn't create these experiences, it simply allows them to be perceived more readily than in other locations where the separation between realms is more distinct." What makes Aokigahara particularly significant among mountain mysteries is how the subjective experiences reported there correlate with measurable physical anomalies. The forest's unusual electromagnetic properties have been documented by geologists and physicists, with certain areas showing magnetic field strengths and patterns that fluctuate in ways that standard geological models can't fully explain. In 2008, researchers from Tokyo University conducted a systematic study of these magnetic anomalies, placing sensitive magnetometers throughout the forest and monitoring them over a 3-month period. What they discovered was unexpected. Not only did the magnetic field strength vary significantly from one location to another within the forest, which might be explained by mineral deposits in the volcanic soil, but these variations followed temporal patterns that had no obvious natural cause. Dr. Kenji Takahashi, who led the research, noted, "We observed regular fluctuations that followed neither solar nor geomagnetic cycles, neither diurnal patterns nor lunar phases. Instead, they appeared to follow mathematical sequences that suggested order rather than randomness, mice as if the magnetic field were being modulated by something with purpose. This defies conventional geophysical understanding and suggests processes we don't yet comprehend." Perhaps most intriguing are the temporal anomalies frequently reported in Aokigahara. Hikers describe experiences where time seems to compress or expand, short walks that somehow consume hours, according to watches, or conversely, what feels like extended periods that turn out to have been just minutes in objective time. Some report their digital watches or phones, showing impossible times or dates while in certain areas of the forest, returning to normal function once they leave. In 2015, a research team from Kyoto University's Department of Cognitive Science conducted an unusual experiment, having volunteers perform standardized cognitive tasks at various locations within and outside the forest, while monitoring their perception of time intervals. The results showed statistically significant distortions in temporal perception, specific to certain areas within Aokigahara and Maya's distortions that couldn't be explained by psychological factors like fear, suggestion, or attentional variations, as they occurred even in subjects who were unaware of the forest's reputation and were tested under controlled conditions. Dr. Naoko Yamamoto, who designed the study, concluded something about specific locations within Aokigahara affects human time perception at a fundamental level. This effect is robust enough to be measured repeatedly and appears to be location-specific rather than psychological. Whatever is happening goes beyond folklore or suggestion and points to either an unknown influence on neural processing or, more radically, actual variations in how time flows in these locations. What elevates Aokigahara beyond mere cultural mythology or psychological projection is this convergence of traditional knowledge with modern measurement, locations identified in Japanese tradition as spiritually significant corresponding precisely with areas where scientific instruments detect anomalies. Centuries-old accounts of phenomena that continue to be reported by contemporary witnesses with no knowledge of those traditions. Spiritual practices that produce experiences now being partially validated by neurological and physical research. In 2019, a multidisciplinary team combining traditional Shinto practitioners, quantum physicists, neurologists, and anthropologists spent 6 weeks in Aokigahara, conducting what they termed boundary science. Research that deliberately operates at the intersection of established scientific methodology and traditional knowledge systems. Their approach was to identify locations associated with the most consistent reports of anomalous experiences, then apply multiple measurement methodologies simultaneously from EEG and fMRI brain scanning of participants to quantum-level measurements of subatomic particle behavior. Their findings, while preliminary and controversial within mainstream science, suggested something extraordinary. In certain specific locations within the forest, not only did human neural activity show unusual patterns, but even quantum random number generators, Mingyuri's devices designed to produce true randomness based on quantum fluctuations, showed deviations from expected randomness that correlated with both the subjective experiences of participants and traditional Japanese identifications of spiritually active locations. Dr. Hiroshi Nakamura, the quantum physicist who co-led the research, observed what we may be detecting is not supernatural in the sense of violating natural law, but rather a natural phenomenon that operates at the intersection of quantum physics, consciousness, and possibly dimensions of reality that our current scientific framework doesn't fully incorporate. The data suggests that in certain locations, the fundamental rules governing reality, including time, probability, and the relationship between mind and matter, may operate differently than our current models predict. Is Aokigahara simply a place where unusual geological, electromagnetic, and acoustic conditions create experiences that seem paranormal but actually stem from natural causes we don't yet understand? Is it a location where human consciousness interacts with the environment in ways that transcend our current understanding of physics and neuroscience? Or is the traditional Japanese perspective closest to the truth, that the forest exists at an intersection between dimensions, a place where the normal boundaries between different aspects of reality become more permeable than elsewhere? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded among the ancient trees growing on volcanic stone, protected by the very silence that makes the forest so distinctive, guarded by cultural traditions that have preserved these mysteries for generations, while recognizing that some aspects of reality may be inherently beyond complete human comprehension. What we do know is that at the base of Japan's most sacred mountain, there's a forest where silence has weight and presence, where magnetic fields fluctuate in mathematically precise patterns that defy conventional explanation, where time itself seems to flow differently in certain locations, where perception and reality appear to interact in ways that challenge our understanding of both. And if you find yourself walking among the moss-covered volcanic rocks of Aokigahara and notice that sounds are absorbed too completely, that your compass needle spins without settling, that minutes on your watch pass at a different rate than your internal sense of time suggests, perhaps the wisest choice is to approach these phenomena with the same respectful awareness that Japanese tradition has maintained for centuries. Because some mysteries exist at the very edges of human understanding, some experiences connect us to aspects of reality that our conceptual frameworks struggle to accommodate. Some places remind us that the universe may be far stranger and more complex than our everyday experience suggests. Our expedition through mountain mysteries now takes us to a place where history, folklore, and unexplained phenomena converge in particularly compelling ways: Brocken Peak in Germany's Harz Mountains. Standing at a modest 141 meters, 3,743 feet. What this mountain lacks in height, It makes up for in its long association with strange occurrences and its unique atmospheric conditions that create one of the most famous optical phenomena in the world, the Brocken specter. The Brocken specter occurs when a person stands on the peak with the sun behind them, casting their shadow forward onto mist or fog. The result is a greatly magnified shadow surrounded by rainbow-like rings of color, known as a glory. What makes this phenomenon particularly eerie is how the shadow appears to move independently as clouds shift, sometimes seeming to approach or retreat from the observer in ways that can create the unsettling impression of being watched by a vast sentient presence. While the Brocken specter itself has a scientific explanation, it represents just one aspect of this mountain's mysterious reputation. For centuries, Brocken has been associated with unexplained lights, strange sounds, and temporal anomalies that extend far beyond what conventional meteorology can explain. Perhaps the most consistently reported phenomena on Brocken are the light's mind's unexplained illuminations that appear on foggy nights, moving across the mountain in patterns that defy explanation as human hikers, vehicles, or other conventional light sources. Unlike many ghostly light phenomena that appear faint or distant, the lights of Brocken are often described as brilliant and well-defined, sometimes approaching observers directly before vanishing or shooting away at impossible speeds. In 1922, a group of meteorologists conducting research on the mountain reported seeing what they initially thought were the lanterns of other hikers approaching their position. As the lights drew nearer, however, they realized they were witnessing something inexplicable: spheres of blue-white light, approximately 50 centimeters in diameter, moving horizontally just above the ground at walking pace. The spheres stopped approximately 10 meters from their shelter, hovering silently for nearly 15 minutes before rising vertically and disappearing into the low clouds. All four scientists, trained observers familiar with atmospheric phenomena, were at a loss to explain what they had witnessed. More puzzling are the acoustic anomalies associated with Brocken. The mountain is known for unusual sound propagation effects, with certain locations creating perfect natural amplification, while others seem to absorb sound entirely, creating pockets of unnatural silence. More disturbing are the voices many visitors report hearing in the fog, distinct words or conversations that seem to come from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. In 1954, a radio engineer testing transmission equipment on the mountain accidentally recorded such voices while checking his microphone. The recording captured what sounded like multiple people speaking urgently in an archaic German dialect, though the engineer was entirely alone on that section of the mountain at the time. Linguistic analysis dated the speech patterns to approximately the 17th century, during the height of the witch trial period in the region. The recording has been examined by audio experts multiple times over the decades, with no evidence of hoaxing or technical explanation for how these voices appeared on the tape. The indigenous Germanic perspective on Brocken emerges from ancient pagan traditions that recognized the mountain as a thin place between worlds, long before Christian demonization associated it with witchcraft. According to these older traditions, Brocken was sacred to Wodan Odin, and the unusual phenomena experienced there were manifestations of the Wild Hunt, a procession of supernatural beings that occasionally became visible to human perception. What makes these traditions particularly interesting is how precisely they map onto locations where modern visitors continue to report anomalous experiences, despite having no knowledge of the ancient sacred sites. Places identified in folklore as doorways, or windows, between realms correspond exactly with areas where contemporary hikers report the strongest sense of presence, the most vivid visual phenomena, and the most pronounced temporal anomalies. Dr. Margaret Hoffman, an anthropologist who has studied the folklore of the Harz Mountains for decades, notes what we see in the Brocken traditions is not simply superstition, but a sophisticated system for mapping and interpreting genuinely anomalous experiences that have remained consistent across centuries. The precision with which ancient sacred sites correlate with modern reports of unusual phenomena suggests these experiences are not merely psychological, but are connected to something inherent in specific locations on the mountain itself. What elevates Brocken beyond mere folklore or optical illusion is the way these subjective experiences correlate with measurable physical anomalies. The mountain exhibits unusual electromagnetic properties that have been documented by physicists, with certain areas showing field strengths and patterns that fluctuate in ways that standard geological models can't fully explain. In 1995, researchers from the University of Göttingen conducted a systematic study of these electromagnetic anomalies, placing sensitive equipment at various locations across the mountain and monitoring them over a 6-month period. What they discovered defied conventional explanation. Not only did the magnetic field strength vary significantly from one location to another, which might be explained by mineral deposits, But these variations follow temporal patterns that had no obvious natural cause. Dr. Klaus Weber, who led the research, observed, "We recorded regular fluctuations that followed neither solar nor geomagnetic cycles, neither diurnal patterns nor lunar phases. Instead, they appeared to follow mathematical sequences that suggested order rather than randomness, as if the field were being modulated by something with purpose." This defies conventional understanding and suggests processes we don't yet comprehend. Perhaps most intriguing are the temporal anomalies frequently reported on Brocken. Hikers describe experiences where time seems to compress or expand, short walks that somehow consume hours according to watches, or conversely, what feels like extended periods that turn out to have been just minutes in objective time. Some report their digital devices showing impossible times or dates, while in certain areas of the mountain, returning to normal function once they leave. In 2012, a research team from Berlin's Max Planck Institute conducted an unusual experiment, having volunteers perform standardized cognitive tasks at various locations on Brocken while monitoring their perception of time intervals. The results showed statistically significant distortions in temporal perception specific to certain areas, distortions that couldn't be explained by psychological factors, as they occurred even in subjects who were unaware of the mountain's reputation and were tested under controlled conditions. Dr. Johann Reinhardt, who designed the study, concluded, "Something about specific locations on Brocken affects human time perception at a fundamental level. This effect is robust enough to be measured repeatedly and appears to be location-specific rather than psychological. Whatever is happening goes beyond folklore or suggestion and points to either an unknown influence on neural processing or, more radically, actual variations in how time flows in these locations." What makes Brocken particularly compelling among mountain mysteries is how these phenomena intersect with documented historical events. During the Cold War, the peak was used by both East German and Soviet intelligence services for electronic surveillance, with a massive listening station built at the summit. Former intelligence officers have reported that their sophisticated equipment regularly malfunctioned in specific areas of the mountain, and that certain rooms within the facility were eventually abandoned due to persistent equipment failures and the psychological discomfort they induced in personnel. A former East German technician, speaking on condition of anonymity, described how monitoring equipment in one particular section of the facility would regularly record conversations that weren't actually occurring, all voices discussing events from different historical periods, speaking in dialects no longer in common use. More disturbing were the occasions when these voices appeared to respond directly to questions or comments made by staff, suggesting some form of interactive intelligence rather than simple recording or replay. Is Brocken simply a place where unusual geological, atmospheric, and electromagnetic conditions create experiences that seem paranormal but actually stem from natural causes we don't yet understand? Is it a location where human consciousness interacts with the environment in ways that transcend our current understanding of physics and neuroscience? Or is the ancient Germanic perspective closest to the truth that the mountain exists at an intersection between dimensions? A place where the normal boundaries between different aspects of reality become more permeable than elsewhere. Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in the mists that so frequently enshroud the peak, protected by the very atmospheric conditions that create its famous specter, guarded by cultural traditions that have preserved these mysteries for generations, while recognizing that some aspects of reality may be inherently beyond complete human comprehension. What we do know is that somewhere in the ancient Harz Mountains, there's a peak where shadows take on lives of their own, where lights move with apparent intelligence through the mist, where voices from other times speak through the fog, where time itself seems to flow differently in certain locations, where human perception and external reality appear to interact in ways that challenge our understanding of both. And if you find yourself hiking the slopes of Brocken as fog rolls in, and the sun positions itself behind you, casting your shadow forward into the mist where it grows to giant proportions, and seems to move with a will of its own, perhaps the wisest choice is to remember that you stand in a place where the veil between worlds has always been thin, where what we think we know about reality has always been challenged by experiences that transcend easy explanation, where mysteries don't yield to technological progress, but persist across centuries, inviting us to expand our understanding rather than dismiss what doesn't fit within our current conceptual framework. Our journey through mountain mysteries now brings us to one of the most remote and forbidding mountain ranges on Earth, the Transantarctic Mountains of Antarctica. Stretching for more than 500 kilometers, 200 miles across the continent, and rising to heights of over 500 meters, 800 feet. This range divides Antarctica into its eastern and western regions. What makes these mountains particularly mysterious is not just their extreme isolation and the challenges they present to exploration, but the strange discoveries and anomalous phenomena that have been reported by the few expeditions that have ventured into their depths. Unlike many of the locations we've explored, the mysteries of the Transantarctic Mountains are relatively recent in human experience, as significant exploration of Antarctica's interior only began in the early 20th century. Yet in that relatively brief period, the range has accumulated a surprising number of unexplained incidents and discoveries that continue to puzzle scientists and explorers. Perhaps the most intriguing mysteries center around unusual structures and formations that don't appear to be natural. In 1986, a Soviet expedition conducting geological surveys in a particularly remote section of the range reported discovering what appeared to be artificial structures buried beneath the ice. According to their field notes, ground-penetrating radar revealed geometric formations suggesting intelligently designed structures, approximately 300 meters below the current ice surface. The Soviet researchers estimated these structures had been buried for at least 24,000 years, based on ice core samples and radiometric dating of surrounding geological features. If accurate, this would place their construction long before any known human civilization existed. The expedition's findings were documented in a technical report submitted to Soviet authorities, but never publicly released or acknowledged in mainstream scientific literature. In 2002, a team using satellite imaging technology to map ice thickness across Antarctica identified what they described as highly anomalous features beneath the ice in a section of the Transantarctic Range. These features appeared as perfect geometric shapes, rectangles, triangles, and circular formations arranged in patterns, suggesting artificial design rather than natural formation. When this data was cross-referenced with gravitational and magnetic surveys of the same region, the anomalies became even more pronounced, showing density and composition inconsistent with the surrounding geological formations. Dr. James Mercer, a geophysicist who analyzed this data, noted, "What we're seeing doesn't conform to any known natural process that forms geological structures. The regularity and precision of these formations suggests design rather than random natural processes." If these were found anywhere else on Earth, the immediate assumption would be that we were looking at the remains of an ancient city or complex. Perhaps more disturbing are the reports from various expeditions of equipment, malfunctions, and unexplained phenomena when approaching certain areas within the range. Multiple teams have documented compass failures, GPS malfunctions, radio interference, and battery drainages that occur specifically when entering particular valleys or approaching certain peaks within the Transantarctic Mountains. In 1998, an American research team conducting climate studies in the range reported that all of their electronic equipment simultaneously failed as they approached a particular valley system, approximately 350 kilometers from the South Pole. Compasses spun erratically, GPS units showed impossible locations thousands of miles from their actual position, radios emitted only static or, more disturbingly, audio that team members described as mechanical whirring and clicking that formed patterns too regular to be random interference. The team was forced to navigate using celestial positioning until they had moved approximately 25 kilometers away from the anomalous zone, at which point their equipment began functioning normally again. When they attempted to approach from a different direction the following day, the same electronic disruptions occurred at precisely the same distance from the valley center. The phenomenon was documented in their field reports, but no explanation was ever found for the equipment failures. What makes these incidents particularly compelling is that they've been reported independently by expeditions from different countries, using different equipment, often with no knowledge of previous teams' experiences in the same locations. The consistency of these reports suggests something beyond equipment malfunction or human error (NISO), a genuine anomaly or influence that affects electronic systems in specific, localized areas of the Transantarctic Range. More puzzling still are the atmospheric and visual phenomena reported in certain sections of the mountains. Multiple expeditions have documented unusual light displays, not the familiar aurora australis that illuminates Antarctic skies, but localized phenomena that appear to emanate from within the mountains themselves or from beneath the ice. In 2005, a joint Italian-British expedition reported observing what they initially thought was an unusual aurora while camped in a remote valley. However, they quickly realized this light display didn't behave like a normal aurora, it remained fixed over a specific location rather than moving across the sky, pulsed in regular patterns rather than flowing organically, and appeared to be emanating from below the horizon rather than from above. The phenomenon lasted for approximately 3 hours before abruptly ceasing. The expedition's lead scientist, Dr. Marco Bertolini, wrote in his field journal, "What we witnessed defies conventional explanation. It was not an aurora, not reflections from ice crystals, not any atmospheric phenomenon I've encountered in 20 years of polar research. The precision and regularity of the pulses suggested intelligence rather than natural processes, as if the light were being deliberately modulated according to some pattern or code we couldn't decipher. Perhaps most disturbing are the temporal anomalies reported by several expeditions. Teams have documented significant discrepancies between their chronometers and expected time passages, particularly when traversing certain valleys or passes within the range. In one well-documented case from 2010, a Norwegian research team discovered that all 4 of their timekeeping devices, 2 digital, 2 mechanical, had lost exactly 24 hours during a 3-day traverse of a particular valley system, a discrepancy confirmed when they re-established satellite communication with their base camp. The team had maintained regular radio contact throughout the period and had followed their planned schedule without disruption, making the time loss all the more inexplicable. No team member reported any subjective experience of missing time or disorientation. It was as if the 24 hours had simply never existed for them, though they had lived through and recorded activities for what they experienced as a normal 3-day period. Dr. Nils Johansson, the expedition leader, noted, "We can find no conventional explanation for this time discrepancy. All team members were alert and functioning normally throughout the period. Our activities and movements account for a normal 3-day traverse. Yet somehow, according to every external time reference, we lost exactly 24 hours that none of us can account for." What elevates these Antarctic mysteries, beyond mere anecdote or misinterpretation, is the quality of the observers involved. These are not inexperienced tourists or thrill seekers, but highly trained scientists and explorers using sophisticated equipment and rigorous methodologies. When such observers report phenomena that defy conventional explanation, the standard dismissals of human error or misperception become increasingly inadequate. Is there something about the extreme conditions of Antarctica, its isolation, its unusual electromagnetic properties, its position at Earth's rotational axis, that creates natural phenomena we don't yet understand? Are the geometric structures detected beneath the ice the remnants of some ancient civilization that existed before the continent was covered in ice, thousands of years ago? Or is there something more exotic at work? Natural gateways between dimensions, evidence of non-human intelligence, or technologies left behind by visitors from elsewhere? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded beneath kilometers of ancient ice, protected by some of the most extreme and inaccessible terrain on Earth, guarded by international treaties that limit and control access to much of Antarctica's interior. What we do know is that somewhere in the vast frozen wilderness of the Transantarctic Mountains, there are structures of apparent artificial origin buried beneath ancient ice, areas where electronic equipment fails in predictable and repeatable ways, locations where light phenomena defy conventional atmospheric explanation, and valleys where time itself seems to behave differently than in the rest of the world. And if future expeditions venture deeper into these remote mountains, perhaps they will begin to unravel mysteries that for now remain locked in ice, whispered about in scientific circles, hinted at in technical reports, but largely unknown to the wider world that rarely turns its attention to Earth's most isolated continent. As we reach the conclusion of our journey through the world's most mysterious mountains, we find ourselves confronted with a profound question: what connects these diverse phenomena reported across continents, cultures, and centuries? Is there some underlying pattern or principle that might help us make sense of these persistent mysteries that seem to defy conventional explanation? Perhaps the most striking commonality across all the locations we've explored is the relationship between mountains and the boundary between worlds. From the Himalayas to the Appalachians, from the Carpathians to the Andes, mountains have consistently been described as places where the veil between dimensions thins, where the normal rules governing reality become more flexible, where encounters with the unexplained become more frequent and more profound. This perspective transcends cultural boundaries. We find it in indigenous Andean beliefs about portals in the Peruvian mountains, in Tibetan concepts of hidden lands within the Himalayas, in Celtic traditions about fairy realms accessible through certain Scottish peaks, in Japanese Shinto views of mountains as dwelling places of kami. These traditions emerge independently across continents and eras, yet converge on remarkably similar understandings of mountains as liminal spaces between worlds. What's particularly compelling is how these ancient perspectives align with certain cutting-edge scientific theories. Modern physics suggests the possibility of multiple dimensions beyond the 4 we commonly experience. Quantum mechanics reveals a reality at the subatomic level that defies our conventional understanding of location, causality, and even time itself. Consciousness research increasingly indicates that human perception and material reality may be more deeply intertwined than previously understood. Could it be that certain mountains, due to their unique geological, electromagnetic, or gravitational properties, create conditions where these additional dimensions or quantum effects become more accessible to human perception? Might the ancient traditions about mountains as gateways between worlds represent not primitive superstition, but sophisticated metaphorical frameworks for understanding genuinely anomalous phenomena that science is only beginning to approach? The consistent patterns of experience reported across our mountain mysteries suggest something beyond random hallucination or cultural mythology. The electromagnetic anomalies, the gravitational variations, the acoustic oddities, the temporal distortions, these have been measured and documented by scientists and experienced by observers who had no prior knowledge of a location's mysterious reputation. The consistency of these reports across time, culture, and geography points to something objectively real, even if that reality doesn't fit neatly within our current scientific paradigms. Perhaps most significant is the transformative impact these mountain encounters frequently have on those who experience them. From Huascaran to Haleakala, from Mount Shasta to Montserrat, we find reports of profound shifts in consciousness, expanded awareness, and fundamental changes in worldview following anomalous experiences in these locations. These transformations aren't limited to the spiritually inclined or the suggestible, but affect skeptics and scientists as readily as mystics and believers. This transformative quality suggests that whatever we're encountering in these mountain mysteries isn't simply an unusual natural phenomenon like ball lightning or earth lights. Nor is it merely a psychological response to isolation, altitude, or expectation. There seems to be something more fundamental at work, something that challenges our basic assumptions about the nature of reality itself and our place within it. As we conclude our exploration, perhaps the most valuable insight isn't a definitive explanation of these mysteries, but a recognition of how they invite us to remain open to possibility, to acknowledge the limits of our current understanding, to approach the unknown with curiosity rather than fear, with humility rather than certainty. The mountains keep their secrets, revealing them only partially, only to those who approach with respect and openness rather than the determination to conquer or categorize. They remind us that reality may be far stranger, far more complex, far more wonderful than our everyday experience suggests, means that between the solid ground of conventional knowledge and the thin air of pure speculation lies a vast, unexplored territory where mystery and meaning converge. So the next time you find yourself on a mountain trail as mist rolls in, changing familiar terrain into something otherworldly, or standing on a summit as the quality of light shifts in ways that transform ordinary perception into something extraordinary, remember that you stand in places that have puzzled and transformed human consciousness for millennia. You walk the boundary between worlds that countless traditions have recognized and that science is only beginning to approach. You touch a mystery that may never be fully solved, but that continues to invite us deeper into the wonder of a universe that always has one more secret to share, one more boundary to cross, one more mountain to climb, not just with our bodies, but with our minds and spirits as well. For now, as we end our journey through these mountain mysteries, I invite you to carry something of their wonder and possibility back into your everyday life. To remember that the world is not fully mapped, not completely explained, not entirely conquered by human understanding. That mystery persists not just in remote mountain ranges, but potentially in the very nature of reality itself. And that perhaps the most appropriate response to such mystery is neither blind belief nor rigid skepticism, but a quality of open attention that allows us to experience the world not just as it appears to be, but as it might be, as vast and varied and vertiginously beautiful as the mountains themselves, with depths and heights that we have only begun to explore. Sleep well, dream deeply, and perhaps in those dreams, visit mountains where mystery still dwells, where the impossible becomes briefly, beautifully possible, where the boundary between worlds thins to transparency, and where something ancient and aware might still be watching, waiting, wondering about the strange creatures who climb so determinedly toward the sky, seeking something they can't quite name, but cannot stop pursuing minus the mystery that calls to us from every mountain peak silhouetted against the fading light of day, from every mist-filled valley as darkness falls, from every unexplained light or sound or presence that reminds us how little we truly know about the world we inhabit, and the mountains that have stood watch over us since before our species learned to tell stories about their mysteries. Let us now journey to the mysterious peaks of Bolivia's Altiplano region, where the ancient mountains hold secrets that have baffled explorers for centuries. The Altiplano is a vast high plateau nestled between two major ranges of the Andes, creating one of the most unusual mountainous environments on Earth. At an average elevation of 3,750 meters, 300 feet, this massive plateau stretches across parts of Bolivia, Peru, Chile, and Argentina, though its most mysterious features are concentrated in the Bolivian section. What makes the Altiplano immediately striking is not just its altitude, but its otherworldly landscape, a place where vast salt flats reflect the sky like perfect mirrors, where lakes shine in impossible colors, from blood red to emerald green, where geysers hurl boiling water into air so thin that it freezes almost instantly. But beyond these documented wonders lie phenomena that science struggles to explain, experiences that persist across centuries of reports from indigenous peoples, Spanish colonizers, and modern travelers alike. Perhaps the most consistently reported phenomena in the Altiplano Mountains are the temporal anomalies, experiences where time seems to flow at different rates than normal. Indigenous Aymara and Quechua peoples have sophisticated concepts of time that differ fundamentally from Western linear models, viewing the past as in front of them, visible, known, and the future behind, unseen, unknown. What Western anthropologists initially dismissed as merely cultural or linguistic differences took on new significance when they began experiencing the same temporal distortions themselves while conducting fieldwork in specific Altiplano locations. Researchers report hiking what should be 2-hour trails, only to discover upon completion that either 6 hours or merely 30 minutes have elapsed, according to their watches, with no subjective experience of time compression or expansion. More puzzling are the documented cases where groups split up and reconvene, with each party experiencing significantly different time passages, despite performing similar activities at similar paces. In 2007, a research team from the University of La Paz conducted a controlled experiment synchronizing atomic clocks and placing them at various Altiplano locations, while researchers performed standardized tasks at each site. The results defied conventional physics. Clocks at certain locations showed discrepancies that couldn't be explained by relativistic effects, equipment malfunction, or environmental factors. The differences, while small in the microsecond range, showed patterns that correlated precisely with sites identified in indigenous tradition as time pools, places where the normal flow of time becomes distorted. Dr. Elena Morales, who led the research, noted, "We designed this experiment expecting to debunk folk beliefs about time distortion, but instead found measurable effects that support rather than contradict these traditional perspectives." What makes these temporal anomalies particularly significant is their correlation with another mysterious phenomenon, the widely reported experience of shifting landscapes. Travelers in certain Altiplano regions describe rounding a mountain pass or crossing a ridge to find themselves in landscapes that shouldn't exist according to maps and surveys, lush valleys where only barren slopes have been documented, ancient ruins not recorded in any archaeological survey, lakes that appear and disappear with no apparent water source or drainage. Indigenous guides familiar with these phenomena warn visitors not to enter such landscapes, explaining that those who do often return changed in subtle but profound ways, or sometimes don't return at all. In 1998, a Belgian mountaineering team disregarded such warnings and ventured into a valley that appeared suddenly during their descent from an unnamed peak near the Chilean border. According to their Aymara guide, who refused to enter the valley himself, the team vanished for 11 days, despite what the climbers themselves experienced as only an overnight stay. When they emerged, all 4 team members told identical stories of a valley inhabited by people wearing pre-Columbian-style clothing, living in stone structures that combined architectural elements from both Incan and Tiwanaku civilizations, cultures separated by hundreds of years. More disturbing than the apparent time slip was the physical evidence they brought back: pottery fragments of a style unknown to archaeologists, yet containing materials native to the region, and botanical samples that DNA analysis revealed to be previously undocumented hybrids of known Andean plant species. The most compelling evidence was a series of photographs showing the valley and its inhabitants, images that experts in digital analysis confirmed had not been manipulated, but that showed architectural and cultural details that would require scholarly knowledge far beyond what the mountaineers possessed. Indigenous Aymara tradition explains these phenomena through the concept of pachacuti, a turning over of space-time, a folding of reality that occasionally brings different epochs or dimensions into temporary alignment. What Western rationalism might dismiss as superstition becomes more difficult to ignore when modern instruments detect anomalies in precisely the locations that indigenous traditions have identified as boundary points between worlds. In 2015, geophysicists mapping gravitational variances across the Altiplano discovered something unexpected: areas where local gravitational fields fluctuated in patterns that correlated with lunar cycles, but with amplitudes far greater than standard tidal effects could explain. More puzzling was their discovery that these fluctuations followed mathematical sequences suggesting order rather than randomness, patterns that one researcher described as appearing almost engineered, as if gravity itself were being modulated by some unknown technology. These same locations correspond precisely with sites that Aymara tradition identifies as doors between worlds, places where their ancestors claimed to move between different realms of existence. What elevates these altiplano mysteries beyond folklore or misperception is how consistently they've been reported across cultures and time periods. From pre-Columbian indigenous accounts to Spanish colonial records to modern scientific expeditions, the Spanish conquistadors, hardly prone to validating indigenous worldviews, nevertheless recorded numerous incidents of brujeria del tiempo, time sorcery in their chronicles, describing experiences where scouting parties would return from mountain explorations weeks after they departed, yet insisting only hours had passed for them. Colonial administrators attributed these experiences to thin air, altitude sickness, or demonic influence, yet were disturbed by the consistency of the reports and the lack of obvious physical or psychological deterioration in those who experienced these time discrepancies. Modern scientific approaches have yielded equally puzzling results, with researchers documenting measurable phenomena that suggest something beyond conventional physical processes may indeed be occurring in these ancient mountains. Dr. Javier Ramirez, a quantum physicist who has studied the altiplano anomalies for over a decade, proposes that certain geological formations in the region may create conditions where quantum effects normally confined to the subatomic level manifest at macroscopic scales. What we may be observing, he suggests, is not supernatural in any sense, but rather natural phenomena operating at the intersection of quantum physics and consciousness, in ways our current scientific paradigms aren't designed to accommodate. His research team has detected patterns of quantum coherence in certain altiplano locations that shouldn't be possible under normal environmental conditions, states usually achievable only in highly controlled laboratory settings at temperatures near absolute zero, yet somehow occurring in the open air of specific mountain sites. Even more intriguing are the biological effects documented in these same locations: changes in human neurochemistry, brainwave patterns, and even cellular processes that occur without apparent cause and persist after subjects leave the area. Blood samples taken from researchers before and after visiting certain sites show elevated levels of compounds associated with altered states of consciousness. Yet none of the typical markers of oxygen deprivation or other altitude-related physiological stress. EEG readings taken during controlled exposures to these locations show brain activity patterns typically associated with deep meditative states or psychedelic experiences, even in subjects with no meditation experience, who receive no substances. What makes the altiplano phenomena particularly significant in our exploration of mountain mysteries is how they bridge subjective experience and objective measurement, providing both experiential reports and instrumented data that point to the same conclusion: something genuinely anomalous occurs in these ancient mountains. Is the altiplano simply a place where unusual geological, atmospheric, and electromagnetic conditions create experiences that seem paranormal but actually stem from natural causes we don't yet understand? Are these mountains home to properties or technologies left behind by the sophisticated pre-Columbian civilizations that once flourished here, cultures whose astronomical and mathematical knowledge we are only beginning to fully appreciate? Or is the indigenous perspective closest to the truth that these mountains exist at the intersection of multiple dimensions or timelines, places where the boundaries between different aspects of reality become more permeable than elsewhere? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in thin Andean air and ancient traditions, protected by extreme altitude and challenging conditions, guarded by indigenous communities who have learned over millennia that some knowledge is best shared selectively rather than subjected to reductive analysis. What we do know is that somewhere in the vast Altiplano Plateau, there are mountains where time flows differently than expected, where landscapes shift and transform in ways that defy cartographic certainty, where human consciousness itself seems altered by forces or influences that transcend conventional understanding. And if you find yourself hiking those ancient slopes as the Altiplano light shifts in that peculiar way that makes distance impossible to judge, and notice that your watch no longer keeps pace with the sun's movement, or find yourself looking down into a valley that no map shows should exist, perhaps the wisest choice is to remember the Aymara concept of aka Pacha, this world, this time, this reality, and consider that you may be standing at the edge of something else entirely. Some Pacha, or other world that occasionally brushes against our own at these high, thin places where earth and sky converse in languages older than humanity. The mountains are watching, the stones are listening, and time itself bends to patterns established long before our species learned to measure its passing or question its nature. Our journey through mountain mysteries now takes us to a place where ancient legend and modern mystery converge in particularly disturbing ways: the Sierra Tarahumara of northwestern Mexico. This rugged mountain range, also known as the Sierra Madre Occidental, is home to the indigenous Rarámuri people, whose name translates to those who run fast, an apt description for a culture famous for their long-distance running abilities. What makes the Sierra Tarahumara immediately distinctive is not just its dramatic landscape of deep canyons and soaring peaks, but the persistent reports of phenomena that defy conventional explanation, experiences reported not just by the indigenous inhabitants, but by outsiders who venture into its more remote regions. Perhaps the most consistently documented mysteries of these mountains center around what locals call the silent places, locations where sound behaves in ways that violate normal acoustic principles. These are not mere echoing canyons or whispering galleries created by unusual rock formations, but sites where sound simply ceases to propagate beyond a certain perimeter, as if striking an invisible barrier. A person standing 5 feet away from this boundary can shout at full volume and not be heard by someone just on the other side, though no visible obstacle exists between them. More disturbing are the reports of what happens to those who spend time within these silent zones, experiences of profound auditory hallucinations described consistently across cultures and time periods. Visitors report hearing voices speaking in languages they don't recognize yet, somehow partially understand complex musical sequences that seem to convey meaning beyond sound, and occasionally, their own thoughts play back to them as if captured and returned by something listening within the silence. In 2008, a team of acoustical engineers from the National Autonomous University of Mexico attempted to document these phenomena using sophisticated recording equipment and controlled sound experiments. Their findings defied conventional physics. Sound waves directed into these zones simply disappeared, neither reflecting back nor continuing forward, and effectively vanishing from the measurable spectrum. Dr. Miguel Ruiz, who led the research, noted it's as if these locations are absorbing acoustic energy in ways that violate the basic principles of wave propagation. Sound doesn't fade gradually as one would expect with distance or obstruction. It terminates abruptly at boundaries that have no physical manifestation we can detect. What makes these acoustic anomalies particularly unsettling is their correlation with another persistent phenomenon, the disappearances. The Sierra Tarahumara has accumulated an unusually high number of missing persons cases over centuries, with patterns that distinguish them from typical wilderness disappearances. People vanish in clear weather on well-marked trails, often from the middle of groups, sometimes while in direct sight of companions who describe them as their one moment. Was gone the next without sound or struggle. Search efforts typically find no trace, no footprints leading away, no disturbed vegetation, no scent trails that dogs can follow, as if the missing individuals simply cease to exist at a particular point in space and time. In cases where remains are eventually discovered, they often exhibit puzzling characteristics, bodies found in locations that had been thoroughly searched previously, displaying no obvious cause of death, sometimes in states of preservation inconsistent with the time elapsed since disappearance. The indigenous Raramuri perspective on these phenomena emerges from a sophisticated cosmology that recognizes multiple intersecting worlds or dimensions of reality. According to their traditions, the Sierra Tarahumara contains numerous boundary points where their world intersects with others, places they call paths, between the above and the below, where unwary travelers can slip from one realm to another without realizing they've crossed a threshold. The silent zones, they explain, are locations where the membrane between worlds becomes so thin that sound cannot pass from one side to the other, not because sound is being blocked, but because it's passing into another dimension entirely. Western rationalism might dismiss such explanations as primitive animism or superstition, but this becomes more difficult when modern instruments detect measurable anomalies in precisely the locations that Raramuri tradition has identified as boundary points. In 2017, geophysicists conducting gravitational surveys across the range discovered localized gravitational anomalies in areas associated with both the acoustic dead zones and the historical disappearances. These weren't the minor variations typical of differences in underlying rock density, but significant deviations that form distinct patterns when mapped across the landscape, geometric arrangements that one researcher described as appearing almost like circuit diagrams or some form of coherent information encoded in the gravitational field itself. Even more puzzling were the temporal fluctuations observed in these anomalies. They weren't constant, but pulsed in complex rhythms that correlated with astronomical cycles, combining lunar, solar, and stellar positions relative to specific mountain peaks. Dr. Sofia Hernandez, the lead researcher, wrote in her private notes, "What we're measuring suggests an interaction between celestial mechanics and local gravitational fields that current physics can't readily explain. It's as if certain configurations of stars and planets temporarily amplify or trigger something inherent in these locations, something that alters the fundamental properties of space-time in detectable ways." Perhaps most disturbing are the documented psychological effects experienced by those who spend time near these anomalous zones, effects consistent enough to rule out mere suggestion or expectation. Visitors report profound alterations in time perception, with minutes subjectively expanding into what feels like hours or days, seemingly passing in moments, according to external timepieces. Many describe sudden intrusive thoughts that don't feel like their own complex ideas or images, with no connection to their previous mental contents, often involving geometric patterns, unfamiliar landscapes, or mathematical sequences beyond their educational background. In 2011, a neurological research team conducted EEG monitoring of volunteers, spending time in locations associated with these reports, comparing readings to control sites elsewhere in the mountains with similar environmental conditions. The results showed distinct differences in neural activity, specifically synchronized gamma wave patterns across brain regions that typically don't communicate directly, creating states of global neural coherence usually associated with advanced meditation practitioners or certain psychedelic experiences. These changes occurred regardless of the participants' beliefs or expectations, affecting skeptics and believers alike, suggesting a genuine environmental influence rather than psychological suggestion. Dr. Eduardo Vega, the neurologist who designed the study, concluded something about specific locations in these mountains affects human brain function at a fundamental level. The patterns we're observing suggest either an unknown form of electromagnetic influence on neural activity or something even more exotic that our current scientific framework isn't equipped to categorize. What elevates the Sierra Tarahumara mysteries, beyond folklore or isolated incidents, is the convergence of multiple lines of evidence. Indigenous knowledge validated by modern measurement, subjective experiences that correlate with objective data, historical patterns that continue into the present, despite cultural and technological changes. Is the Sierra Tarahumara simply a place where unusual geological and electromagnetic conditions create experiences that seem paranormal but actually stem from natural causes we don't yet understand? Are these mountains home to properties or technologies left behind by the sophisticated pre-Columbian civilizations that once flourished in the region, cultures whose knowledge we are still discovering? Or is the indigenous perspective closest to the truth, that these mountains exist at the intersection of multiple dimensions or planes of reality? Places where the boundaries between different aspects of existence become more permeable than elsewhere. Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in the deep canyons and remote plateaus of a landscape that resists easy exploration, protected by extreme conditions and challenging terrain. Guarded by indigenous communities who have learned over millennia that some knowledge is best preserved through selective sharing rather than exhaustive documentation. What we do know is that somewhere in the vast Sierra Tarahumara, there are places where sound simply stops, where people vanish without trace, where gravity itself fluctuates in patterns that suggest intelligence rather than random natural processes, where human consciousness appears to interface with something beyond ordinary perception. And if you find yourself hiking those ancient trails and come upon a zone where the birds suddenly fall silent, where your voice seems to travel no distance at all, where thoughts arise in your mind that don't feel like your own, perhaps the wisest choice is to remember the Robert Morey teaching: walk with respect where the worlds touch. For not all paths lead back to the same place you began. The mountains are listening, even in their silence, and what they choose to share or withhold depends largely on how we approach their mysteries, with humility and openness, or with the assumption that our current understanding of reality is complete enough to categorize all that exists within their ancient stone hearts. Our expedition through mountain mysteries now carries us to a place where history, mythology, and unexplained phenomena converge in particularly compelling ways: the Black Forest Mountains of southwestern Germany. While modest in height compared to many ranges we've explored, with peaks reaching only about 493 meters, 898 feet at the highest point of Fellberg. What these mountains lack in stature, they make up for in their long association with phenomena that defy conventional explanation. The Black Forest derives its name from the dense canopy of evergreens that allows little light to penetrate to the forest floor, creating a perpetual twilight beneath the trees that has inspired centuries of folklore about entities that dwell in the boundary between light and darkness. What makes the Black Forest Mountains immediately striking is not just their atmospheric quality, but the persistent reports of phenomena that seem to transcend the boundary between the mythological past and the scientific present. Experiences reported not just in ancient legends, but by contemporary witnesses with no knowledge of the region's folklore. Perhaps the most consistently documented mysteries of these mountains center around what locals call Zeitlöcher, or time holes, specific locations where time itself seems to behave abnormally. These aren't mere subjective experiences of time passing quickly or slowly due to psychological states, but measurable discrepancies documented repeatedly across centuries. Hikers report entering certain valleys or crossing specific ridgelines only to discover upon emergence that either far more or far less time has passed in the outside world than they experienced, with watches and electronic devices confirming these discrepancies. In one well-documented case from 2002, a family of 4 from Stuttgart entered a particularly remote valley for what they experienced as a 3-hour hike, only to emerge and discover that 3 days had passed in the outside world. Their hotel had reported them missing, search parties had been organized, and their relatives had been notified of their disappearance. Medical and psychological examination found no evidence of drugs, confusion, or fabrication. All 4 family members told identical stories and genuinely believed they had spent only 3 hours in the valley, with watches that had stopped at the time of their entry and resumed upon their exit. More puzzling are the reports of encounters with what locals call the Waldelt, or forest people, figures described with remarkable consistency across centuries as tall, thin, pale-skinned beings dressed in archaic clothing, observed moving through the forest with unusual grace and apparent knowledge of hidden paths. Unlike typical folklore that evolves and changes over time, descriptions of these entities have remained remarkably stable from medieval accounts through to contemporary sightings, suggesting either an extraordinary cultural consistency or encounters with something that exists independent of the evolving human imagination. In 2010, a group of forestry workers installing wildlife monitoring cameras captured something unexpected: images of humanoid figures moving through areas where no human should have been. Given the remote location and difficult access, the figures appeared unnaturally tall and thin, moved without disturbing undergrowth that should have registered movement, and most puzzlingly, seemed to fade partially into the background in certain frames, as if not fully present in the physical environment being photographed. Analysis by experts in digital imagery confirmed the photos had not been tampered with, and that the figures captured exhibited proportions and movement patterns inconsistent with known wildlife, normal humans in costume, or common photographic anomalies. The indigenous Germanic perspective on these phenomena emerges from pre-Christian traditions that recognize the Black Forest as a boundary realm between the world of humans and the world of the Alban Elves, or Zweiskedig, the twice-shadowed ones, beings who existed partially in our reality and partially in another. According to these traditions, the mountains contain doorways or thresholds where the membrane between worlds thins, allowing passage between realms under certain conditions, particularly during solstices, equinoxes, and specific astronomical alignments. Modern science might dismiss such perspectives as mythology or superstition, but this becomes more difficult when considering the measurable anomalies documented in the exact locations identified in these ancient traditions. In 2014, geophysicists from the University of Freiburg discovered unusual electromagnetic properties in specific Black Forest locations associated with both time anomalies and entity sightings. These weren't the typical variations caused by mineral deposits or underground water sources, but structured patterns that fluctuated according to astronomical and seasonal cycles, peaking precisely during the solstices and equinoxes, identified in folklore as times when the boundary between worlds becomes most permeable. Dr. Klaus Miller, who led the research, noted, "We expected to find natural explanations that would demystify the folklore, but instead discovered electromagnetic anomalies that correspond precisely with the traditional threshold locations. The patterns we're measuring suggest complex interactions between terrestrial and cosmic factors that our current models struggle to explain." What makes the Black Forest phenomena particularly compelling is their association with documented historical events that seem to transcend normal boundaries of time and possibility. The region contains numerous megalithic structures and stone circles that predate Celtic and Germanic settlement, suggesting a civilization with astronomical and mathematical knowledge that shouldn't have existed in prehistoric Europe. These structures align not just with obvious celestial events like solstices, but with complex astronomical cycles that require observations spanning centuries to recognize, knowledge that raises questions about how prehistoric peoples, without writing, could have preserved such information across generations. More puzzling are the artifacts occasionally discovered in the region, objects that combine materials or demonstrate techniques that shouldn't have coexisted historically, suggesting either unknown civilizations or some form of temporal overlap that allowed technologies from different eras to intermingle. In 1978, a logging operation uncovered a sealed cave containing tools made of an alloy that metallurgical analysis identified as containing aluminum, a metal not isolated until the 19th century, yet carbon dating of organic materials found with these tools placed them at approximately 5,000 years old. The tools were designed with mathematical proportions, reflecting the golden ratio, and contained symbolic engravings that linguistic experts could not attribute to any known ancient European culture. Though certain elements bore similarities to both Proto-Indo-European and Basque symbolic systems, languages that should never have intersected historically. Perhaps most intriguing are the effects these mountains seem to have on human consciousness and perception, effects documented not just in folklore, but in controlled scientific studies. Neurological research conducted in 2018 found that specific locations within the Black Forest produced measurable changes in brain activity, particularly in regions associated with temporal perception, pattern recognition, and the distinction between self and environment. EEG readings taken from volunteers at these locations showed increased synchronization between hemispheres and heightened activity in the pineal gland, changes associated with altered states of consciousness, but occurring here without meditation, drugs, or other known triggers. Dr. Hannah Weiss, the neurologist who designed the study, concluded, something about these specific locations affects human brain function in ways that blur the boundaries we typically maintain between self and environment, between past and present, between the known and the possible. These aren't subjective experiences we're measuring, but objective neurological changes that occur regardless of the subject's beliefs or expectations. Is the Black Forest simply a place where unusual geological, electromagnetic, and atmospheric conditions create experiences that seem paranormal, but actually stem from natural causes we don't yet understand? Are these mountains home to properties or technologies left behind by advanced, prehistoric civilizations whose existence has been erased from conventional history? Or is the indigenous Germanic perspective closest to the truth, that these mountains exist at the intersection of multiple dimensions or timelines, places where the normal boundaries between different aspects of reality become more permeable than elsewhere? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in the perpetual twilight beneath ancient trees, protected by the labyrinthine nature of the landscape itself. Guarded by local communities who have learned over centuries that some experiences are best communicated through metaphor and folklore, rather than literal documentation. What we do know is that somewhere in the dark valleys and mist-shrouded peaks of the Black Forest, there are places where time flows differently than expected, where encounters occur that transcend conventional categories of experience, where human consciousness itself seems to interface with something that exists at the edge of our perception. And if you find yourself hiking those ancient paths as evening approaches, and the already dim light beneath the trees fades toward darkness, and notice that sounds seem to carry differently than they should, that distances seem to shift between one glance and the next. That movement glimpsed at the corner of your vision suggests presences that disappear when looked at directly. Perhaps the wisest choice is to remember the old Germanic warning, walk the old paths, if you must, but never stop walking until you reach a place you know. The forest is old, beyond human reckoning. The mountain's older still, and what dwells in the boundary between what was, what is, and what might be remembers a time before our kind, learn to distinguish between the real and the imagined, between the possible and the impossible, between this world and others that may lie adjacent to it in ways our ordinary senses cannot perceive. Our journey through mountain mysteries now brings us to one of the most enigmatic locations on Earth, Mount Roraima in South America. An ancient table mountain that rises dramatically from the surrounding rainforests on the triple border of Venezuela, Brazil, and Guyana. Standing at 810 meters, 220 feet above sea level, Roraima isn't particularly tall by global standards. But what it lacks in height, it makes up for in its utterly unique formation, a sheer-sided plateau rising nearly 400 meters straight up from the surrounding terrain, creating a flat-topped world isolated from the forest below for millions of years. What makes Mount Roraima immediately striking is not just its impossible-looking geology, as if someone placed a perfect rectangular block atop the jungle, but the persistent reports of phenomena that seem to exist outside conventional natural history. Experiences reported by indigenous peoples, early explorers, and modern scientists alike. Perhaps the most consistently documented mysteries of Roraima center around its biological anomalies, species of plants and animals that exist nowhere else on Earth, showing evolutionary paths that diverge dramatically from their nearest relatives. These aren't merely unique species, which might be explained by standard island biogeography, but organisms that display characteristics that evolutionary biology struggles to explain, such as plants that exhibit animal-like responses to stimuli, amphibians with physiological features that seem to combine aspects of different taxonomic groups, and insects with structural adaptations that appear to have no evolutionary precursors. In 2007, a biological expedition documented a previously unknown species of frog that demonstrates characteristics of both amphibians and reptiles, maintaining features thought to have been lost in amphibian evolution hundreds of millions of years ago, yet simultaneously displaying adaptations that seem too advanced for its apparent evolutionary position. Dr. Isabella Santos, the herpetologist who first classified the species, noted, "It's as if this organism exists outside our normal understanding of evolutionary time, combining features from the distant past with adaptations we wouldn't expect to evolve for millions of years into the future, all in one contemporary species." More puzzling are the geological anomalies found across Roraima surface, formations that geologists struggle to explain through conventional processes. The mountain's top is covered with bizarre stone formations that resemble engineered structures, perfect spheres of stone ranging from marble size to several meters in diameter, crystalline formations that grow in mathematically precise geometric patterns, and most strangely, rock formations that appear to rearrange themselves over time. Multiple scientific expeditions have documented this last phenomenon, placing markers and taking precise measurements of distinctive stone formations, only to return later and find configurations that differ from their records in ways that cannot be explained by weathering, erosion, or human interference. In 2012, a geological survey team from the University of Caracas mapped a particular field of stone formations using advanced LiDAR technology, creating a three-dimensional record accurate to within millimeters. Returning 6 months later, they discovered discrepancies between their scans and the current arrangement, changes that would have required moving stones weighing several tons with such precision that no human effort could have accomplished it without leaving evidence of mechanical intervention. Yet no such evidence existed. The indigenous Pemon people who have lived in the shadow of Roraima for countless generations have a rich tradition of explanation for these phenomena that Western science has typically dismissed as mythology. According to their cosmology, Roraima is not merely a mountain, but a living entity, the stump of an enormous tree that once connected the earth to the sky realms. Cut down in the mythic past, but still retaining its connection to other dimensions of reality. The Pemon describe Roraima as a place where the world is thin, where the boundary between different planes of existence becomes permeable, allowing entities, energies, and even physical objects to pass between realms under certain conditions. Western rationalism might dismiss such perspectives as primitive animism, but this becomes more difficult when modern instruments detect measurable anomalies that correlate precisely with locations that Pemon identify as particularly thin. In 2015, physicists conducting research on Roraima discovered unusual electromagnetic properties across the plateau, not the random variations one would expect from natural causes, but coherent patterns that formed what one researcher described as a mathematical language written in electromagnetic fluctuations. These patterns changed according to cosmic cycles, not just obvious ones like day and night or lunar phases, but complex astronomical alignments involving multiple celestial bodies, suggesting a system of remarkable complexity that somehow interfaces with both terrestrial and cosmic factors. Dr. Alejandro Vega, who led the research team, wrote in his journal, "What we're measuring can't be explained as random natural phenomena. The patterns contain mathematical relationships of such precision and complexity that they suggest either an intelligent design or natural processes operating at a level of organization we've never observed elsewhere on Earth." Perhaps most unsettling are the temporal anomalies reported by those who spend time on Roraima's summit, experiences consistent enough across different observers to suggest something beyond psychological projection or misperception. Visitors describe periods where time seems to flow at different rates than normal, watches that run faster or slower than they should, biological processes that accelerate or decelerate without apparent cause, and subjective experiences of time that don't match objective measurements upon returning to the world below. In 2018, a chronobiology study conducted on Roraima found that human circadian rhythms, the internal biological clocks that regulate sleep-wake cycles, hormone release, and other bodily functions, shifted in unexpected ways during time spent on the plateau. These weren't the normal disruptions associated with changes in light exposure or schedule, but fundamental alterations in the timing mechanisms within human cells themselves, as if the biological experience of time was being modulated by something in the environment. Dr. Gabriela Mendez, who designed the study, concluded the effects we're measuring go beyond known environmental influences on circadian rhythms. Something about specific locations on Roraima affects fundamental biological timing mechanisms at the cellular level, as if the experience of time itself is different in these places. What makes Roraima particularly significant among mountain mysteries is how these anomalies intersect with documented historical puzzles surrounding the region. The mountain features prominently in the folklore of diverse indigenous groups across northern South America, with remarkable consistency in how they describe its properties and significance, despite these cultures having limited contact with one another. More puzzling are the apparent references to Roraima in European esoteric texts that predate any known European contact with the region. Descriptions in alchemical and Rosicrucian manuscripts from the 15th and 16th centuries that describe a floating mountain at the edge of the world with properties matching Roraimi's unique characteristics. These texts contain details about the mountain's appearance, its stone formations, and even specific biological oddities that weren't documented by Western science until centuries later, raising questions about how such knowledge could have reached medieval Europe before the age of exploration. Is Mount Roraima simply a place where unusual geological, evolutionary, and electromagnetic conditions create phenomena that seem paranormal, but actually stem from natural causes we don't yet understand? Is it the last remnant of some advanced prehistoric civilization whose technologies or knowledge have been forgotten by conventional history? Or is the indigenous perspective closest to the truth that this mountain exists at the intersection of multiple dimensions or planes of reality? A place where the normal boundaries between different aspects of existence become more permeable than elsewhere. Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in the mists that frequently engulf Roraimi's summit, protected by the sheer cliffs that make access challenging, guarded by natural conditions that limit extended scientific study, preserved in indigenous traditions that recognize some knowledge is best transmitted through story and metaphor rather than clinical documentation. What we do know is that somewhere on that isolated plateau rising impossibly from the jungle below, there are phenomena that challenge our understanding of biology, geology, physics, and perhaps even time itself, experiences and measurements that suggest reality may be more complex, more fluid, and more mysterious than our conventional frameworks acknowledge. And if you find yourself standing on that ancient surface among stones that seem to shift position when not observed directly, surrounded by life forms that shouldn't exist according to conventional evolutionary understanding, experiencing time that flows according to rhythms that don't match the world below, perhaps the wisest approach is to remember the Pema teaching. The mountain does not reveal its secrets to those who demand them, only to those who are willing to receive what it chooses to show. Roraima has stood witness to hundreds of millions of years of Earth's history, watching species arise and vanish, continents drift and collide, climates warm and cool in great cycles beyond human reckoning. Whatever mysteries it holds have persisted through deep time, and will likely remain long after our brief moment in Earth's story has passed. A reminder that some wonders aren't meant to be categorized or conquered, but simply experienced with the humility that comes from encountering something that transcends our limited understanding of what is possible in this vast and ancient world. Our journey through mountain mysteries now takes us to a place where ancient legend and modern mystery converge in particularly disturbing ways, the Sierra Tarahumara of northwestern Mexico. This rugged mountain range, also known as the Sierra Madre Occidental, is home to the indigenous Raramuri people, whose name translates to those who run fast, an apt description for a culture famous for their long-distance running abilities. What makes the Sierra Tarahumara immediately distinctive is not just its dramatic landscape of deep canyons and soaring peaks, but the persistent reports of phenomena that defy conventional explanation, experiences reported not just by the indigenous inhabitants, but by outsiders who venture into its more remote regions. Perhaps the most consistently documented mysteries of these mountains center around what locals call the silent places, locations where sound behaves in ways that violate normal acoustic principles. These are not mere echoing canyons or whispering galleries created by unusual rock formations, but sites where sound simply ceases to propagate beyond a certain perimeter, as if striking an invisible barrier. A person standing 5 feet away from this boundary can shout at full volume and not be heard by someone just on the other side, though no visible obstacle exists between them. More disturbing are the reports of what happens to those who spend time within these silent zones, experiences of profound auditory hallucinations described consistently across cultures and time periods. Visitors report hearing voices speaking in languages they don't recognize yet somehow partially understand complex musical sequences that seem to convey meaning beyond sound, and occasionally, their own thoughts played back to them as if captured and returned by something listening within the silence. In 2008, a team of acoustical engineers from the National Autonomous University of Mexico attempted to document these phenomena using sophisticated recording equipment and controlled sound experiments. Their findings defied conventional physics, sound waves directed into these zones simply disappeared, neither reflecting back nor continuing forward, and effectively vanishing from the measurable spectrum. Dr. Miguel Ruiz, who led the research, noted, "It's as if these locations are absorbing acoustic energy in ways that violate the basic principles of wave propagation. Sound doesn't fade gradually as one would expect with distance or obstruction. It terminates abruptly at boundaries that have no physical manifestation we can detect." What makes these acoustic anomalies particularly unsettling is their correlation with another persistent phenomenon, the disappearances. The Sierra Tarahumara has accumulated an unusually high number of missing persons cases over centuries, with patterns that distinguish them from typical wilderness disappearances. People vanish in clear weather on well-marked trails, often from the middle of groups, sometimes while in direct sight of companions who describe them as there one moment, but gone the next without sound or struggle. Search efforts typically find no trace, no footprints leading away, no disturbed vegetation, no scent trails that dogs can follow, as if the missing individuals simply cease to exist at a particular point in space and time. In cases where remains are eventually discovered, they often exhibit puzzling characteristics, bodies found in locations that had been thoroughly searched previously, displaying no obvious cause of death, sometimes in states of preservation inconsistent with the time elapsed since disappearance. The indigenous Raramuri perspective on these phenomena emerges from a sophisticated cosmology that recognizes multiple intersecting worlds or dimensions of reality. According to their traditions, the Sierra Tarahumara contains numerous boundary points where their world intersects with others, places they call paths between the above and the below, where unwary travelers can slip from one realm to another without realizing they've crossed a threshold. The silent zones, they explain, are locations where the membrane between worlds becomes so thin that sound cannot pass from one side to the other, not because sound is being blocked, but because it's passing into another dimension entirely. Western rationalism might dismiss such explanations as primitive animism or superstition. But this becomes more difficult when modern instruments detect measurable anomalies in precisely the locations that Raramuri tradition has identified as boundary points. In 2017, geophysicists conducting gravitational surveys across the range discovered localized gravitational anomalies in areas associated with both the acoustic dead zones and the historical disappearances. These weren't the minor variations typical of differences in underlying rock density, but significant deviations that form distinct patterns when mapped across the landscape, geometric arrangements that one researcher described as appearing almost like circuit diagrams, or some form of coherent information encoded in the gravitational field itself. Even more puzzling were the temporal fluctuations observed in these anomalies. They weren't constant but pulsed in complex rhythms that correlated with astronomical cycles, combining lunar, solar, and stellar positions relative to specific mountain peaks. Dr. Sofia Hernandez, the lead researcher, wrote in her private notes, "What we're measuring suggests an interaction between celestial mechanics and local gravitational fields that current physics can't readily explain. It's as if certain configurations of stars and planets temporarily amplify or trigger something inherent in these locations, something that alters the fundamental properties of space-time in detectable ways." Perhaps most disturbing are the documented psychological effects experienced by those who spend time near these anomalous zones, effects consistent enough to rule out mere suggestion or expectation. Visitors report profound alterations in time perception, with minutes subjectively expanding into what feels like hours or days seemingly passing, in moments according to external timepieces. Many describe sudden, intrusive thoughts that don't feel like their own complex ideas or images with no connection to their previous mental contents, often involving geometric patterns, unfamiliar landscapes, or mathematical sequences beyond their educational background. In 2011, a neurological research team conducted EEG monitoring of volunteers, spending time in locations associated with these reports, comparing readings to control sites elsewhere in the mountains with similar environmental conditions. The results showed distinct differences in neural activity, specifically synchronized gamma wave patterns across brain regions that typically don't communicate directly, creating states of global neural coherence usually associated with advanced meditation practitioners or certain psychedelic experiences. These changes occurred regardless of the participants' beliefs or expectations, affecting skeptics and believers alike, suggesting a genuine environmental influence rather than psychological suggestion. Dr. Eduardo Vega, the neurologist who designed the study, concluded something about specific locations in these mountains affects human brain function at a fundamental level. The patterns we're observing suggest either an unknown form of electromagnetic influence on neural activity or something even more exotic that our current scientific framework isn't equipped to categorize. What elevates the Sierra Tarahumara mysteries beyond folklore or isolated incidents is the convergence of multiple lines of evidence: indigenous knowledge validated by modern measurement, subjective experiences that correlate with objective data, historical patterns that continue into the present despite cultural and technological changes. Is the Sierra Tarahumara simply a place where unusual geological and electromagnetic conditions create experiences that seem paranormal but actually stem from natural causes we don't yet understand? Are these mountains home to properties or technologies left behind by the sophisticated pre-Columbian civilizations that once flourished in the region, cultures whose knowledge we are still discovering? Or is the indigenous perspective closest to the truth, that these mountains exist at the intersection of multiple dimensions or planes of reality? Places where the boundaries between different aspects of existence become more permeable than elsewhere. Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in the deep canyons and remote plateaus of a landscape that resists easy exploration, protected by extreme conditions and challenging terrain. Guarded by indigenous communities who have learned over millennia that some knowledge is best preserved through selective sharing rather than exhaustive documentation. What we do know is that somewhere in the vast Sierra Tarahumara, there are places where sound simply stops, where people vanish without trace, where gravity itself fluctuates in patterns that suggest intelligence rather than random natural processes, where human consciousness appears to interface with something beyond ordinary perception. And if you find yourself hiking those ancient trails and come upon a zone where the birds suddenly fall silent, where your voice seems to travel no distance at all, where thoughts arise in your mind that don't feel like your own, perhaps the wisest choice is to remember the rare Murray teaching: walk with respect where the worlds touch. For not all paths lead back to the same place you began. The mountains are listening, even in their silence, and what they choose to share or withhold depends largely on how we approach their mysteries, with humility and openness, or with the assumption that our current understanding of reality is complete enough to categorize all that exists within their ancient stone hearts. Our expedition through mountain mysteries now carries us to a place where history, mythology, and unexplained phenomena converge in particularly compelling ways: the Black Forest Mountains of southwestern Germany. While modest in height compared to many ranges we've explored, with peaks reaching only about 493 meters, 898 feet, at the highest point of Feldberg. What these mountains lack in stature, they make up for in their long association with phenomena that defy conventional explanation. The Black Forest derives its name from the dense canopy of evergreens that allows little light to penetrate to the forest floor, creating a perpetual twilight beneath the trees that has inspired centuries of folklore about entities that dwell in the boundary between light and darkness. What makes the Black Forest Mountains immediately striking is not just their atmospheric quality, but the persistent reports of phenomena that seem to transcend the boundary between the mythological past and the scientific present, experiences reported not just in ancient legends, but by contemporary witnesses with no knowledge of the region's folklore. Perhaps the most consistently documented mysteries of these mountains center around what locals call Zeitlöcher, or time holes, specific locations where time itself seems to behave abnormally. These aren't mere subjective experiences of time passing quickly or slowly due to psychological states, but measurable discrepancies documented repeatedly across centuries. Hikers report entering certain valleys or crossing specific ridgelines, only to discover upon emergence that either far more or far less time has passed in the outside world than they experienced, with watches and electronic devices confirming these discrepancies. In one well-documented case from 2002, a family of 4 from Stuttgart entered a particularly remote valley for what they experienced as a 3-hour hike, only to emerge and discover that 3 days had passed in the outside world. Their hotel had reported them missing, search parties had been organized, and their relatives had been notified of their disappearance. Medical and psychological examination found no evidence of drugs, confusion, or fabrication. All 4 family members told identical stories and genuinely believed they had spent only 3 hours in the valley, with watches that had stopped at the time of their entry and resumed upon their exit. More puzzling are the reports of encounters with what locals call the Waldboot, or forest people, figures described with remarkable consistency across centuries as tall, thin, pale-skinned beings dressed in archaic clothing, observed moving through the forest with unusual grace and apparent knowledge of hidden paths. Unlike typical folklore that evolves and changes over time, descriptions of these entities have remained remarkably stable from medieval accounts through to contemporary sightings, suggesting either an extraordinary cultural consistency or encounters with something that exists independent of the evolving human imagination. In 2010, a group of forestry workers installing wildlife monitoring cameras captured something unexpected: images of humanoid figures moving through areas where no human should have been. Given the remote location and difficult access, the figures appeared unnaturally tall and thin, moved without disturbing undergrowth that should have registered movement, and most puzzlingly, seemed to fade partially into the background in certain frames as if not fully present in the physical environment being photographed. Analysis by experts in digital imagery confirmed the photos had not been tampered with, and that the figures captured exhibited proportions and movement patterns inconsistent with known wildlife. Normal humans in costume or common photographic anomalies. The indigenous Germanic perspective on these phenomena emerges from pre-Christian traditions that recognize the Black Forest as a boundary realm between the world of humans and the world of the Alban elves, or Zweischattigs, the twice-shadowed ones, beings who existed partially in our reality and partially in another. According to these traditions, the mountains contain doorways or thresholds where the membrane between worlds thins, allowing passage between realms under certain conditions, particularly during solstices, equinoxes, and specific astronomical alignments. Modern science might dismiss such perspectives as mythology or superstition, but this becomes more difficult when considering the measurable anomalies documented in the exact locations identified in these ancient traditions. In 2014, geophysicists from the University of Freiburg discovered unusual electromagnetic properties in specific Black Forest locations associated with both time anomalies and entity sightings. These weren't the typical variations caused by mineral deposits or underground water sources, but structured patterns that fluctuated according to astronomical and seasonal cycles, peaking precisely during the solstices and equinoxes, identified in folklore as times when the boundary between worlds becomes most permeable. Dr. Klaus Miller, who led the research, noted we expected to find natural explanations that would demystify the folklore, but instead discovered electromagnetic anomalies that correspond precisely with the traditional thresholds locations. The patterns we're measuring suggest complex interactions between terrestrial and cosmic factors that our current models struggle to explain. What makes the Black Forest phenomena particularly compelling is their association with documented historical events that seem to transcend normal boundaries of time and possibility. The region contains numerous megalithic structures and stone circles that predate Celtic and Germanic settlement, suggesting a civilization with astronomical and mathematical knowledge that shouldn't have existed in prehistoric Europe. These structures align not just with obvious celestial events like solstices, but with complex astronomical cycles that require observations spanning centuries to recognize, knowledge that raises questions about how prehistoric peoples without writing could have preserved such information across generations. More puzzling are the artifacts occasionally discovered in the region, objects that combine materials or demonstrate techniques that shouldn't have coexisted historically, suggesting either unknown civilizations or some form of temporal overlap that allowed technologies from different eras to intermingle. In 1978, a logging operation uncovered a sealed cave containing tools made of an alloy that metallurgical analysis identified as containing aluminum, a metal not isolated until the 19th century, yet carbon dating of organic materials found with these tools placed them at approximately 5,000 years old. The tools were designed with mathematical proportions, reflecting the golden ratio, and contained symbolic engravings that linguistic experts could not attribute to any known ancient European culture. While certain elements bore similarities to both Proto-Indo-European and Basque symbolic systems, languages that should never have intersected historically. Perhaps most intriguing are the effects these mountains seem to have on human consciousness and perception, effects documented not just in folklore, but in controlled scientific studies. Neurological research conducted in 2018 found that specific locations within the Black Forest produce measurable changes in brain activity, particularly in regions associated with temporal perception, pattern recognition, and the distinction between self and environment. EEG readings taken from volunteers at these locations showed increased synchronization between hemispheres and heightened activity in the pineal gland, changes associated with altered states of consciousness, but occurring here without meditation, drugs, or other known triggers. Dr. Hannah Weiss, the neurologist who designed the study, concluded something about these specific locations affects human brain function in ways that blur the boundaries we typically maintain between self and environment, between past and present, between the known and the possible. These aren't subjective experiences we're measuring, but objective neurological changes that occur regardless of the subject's beliefs or expectations. Is the Black Forest simply a place where unusual geological, electromagnetic, and atmospheric conditions create experiences that seem paranormal but actually stem from natural causes we don't yet understand? Are these mountains home to properties or technologies left behind by advanced, prehistoric civilizations whose existence has been erased from conventional history? Or is the indigenous Germanic perspective closest to the truth that these mountains exist at the intersection of multiple dimensions or timelines, places where the normal boundaries between different aspects of reality become more permeable than elsewhere? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in the perpetual twilight beneath ancient trees, protected by the labyrinthine nature of the landscape itself. Watered by local communities who have learned over centuries that some experiences are best communicated through metaphor and folklore rather than literal documentation. What we do know is that somewhere in the dark valleys and mist-shrouded peaks of the Black Forest, there are places where time flows differently than expected, where encounters occur that transcend conventional categories of experience, where human consciousness itself seems to interface with something that exists at the edge of our perception. And if you find yourself hiking those ancient paths as evening approaches and the already dim light beneath the trees fades toward darkness, and notice that sounds seem to carry differently than they should, that distances seem to shift between one glance and the next, that movement, glimpsed at the corner of your vision, suggests presences that disappear when looked at directly. Perhaps the wisest choice is to remember the old Germanic warning: walk the old paths if you must, but never stop walking until you reach a place you know. The forest is old beyond human reckoning, the mountains older still, and what dwells in the boundary between what was, what is, and what might be, remembers a time before our kind. Learn to distinguish between the real and the imagined, between the possible and the impossible, between this world and others that may lie adjacent to it in ways our ordinary senses cannot perceive. Our journey through mountain mysteries now brings us to one of the most enigmatic locations on Earth, Mount Roraima in South America, an ancient table mountain that rises dramatically from the surrounding rainforest on the triple border of Venezuela, Brazil, and Guyana. Standing at 810 meters, 220 feet above sea level, Roraima isn't particularly tall by global standards. But what it lacks in height, it makes up for in its utterly unique formation, a sheer-sided plateau rising nearly 400 meters straight up from the surrounding terrain, creating a flat-topped world isolated from the forest below for millions of years. What makes Mount Roraima immediately striking is not just its impossible-looking geology, as if someone placed a perfect rectangular block atop the jungle, but the persistent reports of phenomena that seem to exist outside conventional natural history. Experiences reported by indigenous peoples, early explorers, and modern scientists alike. Perhaps the most consistently documented mysteries of Roraima center around its biological anomalies, species of plants and animals that exist nowhere else on Earth, showing evolutionary paths that diverge dramatically from their nearest relatives. These aren't merely unique species, which might be explained by standard island biogeography, but organisms that display characteristics that evolutionary biology struggles to explain, such as plants that exhibit animal-like responses to stimuli, amphibians with physiological features that seem to combine aspects of different taxonomic groups, and insects with structural adaptations that appear to have no evolutionary precursors. In 2007, a biological expedition documented a previously unknown species of frog that demonstrates characteristics of both amphibians and reptiles, maintaining features thought to have been lost in amphibian evolution hundreds of millions of years ago, yet simultaneously displaying adaptations that seem too advanced for its apparent evolutionary position. Dr. Isabella Santos, the herpetologist who first classified the species, noted, "It's as if this organism exists outside our normal understanding of evolutionary time, combining features from the distant past with adaptations we wouldn't expect to evolve for millions of years into the future, all in one contemporary species." More puzzling are the geological anomalies found across Roraima's surface formations that geologists struggle to explain through conventional processes. The mountain's top is covered with bizarre stone formations that resemble engineered structures, perfect spheres of stone ranging from marble size to several meters in diameter, crystalline formations that grow in mathematically precise geometric patterns, and most strangely, rock formations that appear to rearrange themselves over time. Multiple scientific expeditions have documented this last phenomenon, placing markers and taking precise measurements of distinctive stone formations, only to return later and find configurations that differ from their records in ways that cannot be explained by weathering, erosion, or human interference. In 2012, a geological survey team from the University of Caracas mapped a particular field of stone formations using advanced LiDAR technology, creating a three-dimensional record accurate to within millimeters. Returning 6 months later, they discovered discrepancies between their scans and the current arrangement, changes that would have required moving stones weighing several tons with such precision that no human effort could have accomplished it without leaving evidence of mechanical intervention. Yet no such evidence existed. The indigenous Paman people, who have lived in the shadow of Roraima for countless generations, have a rich tradition of explanation for these phenomena that Western science has typically dismissed as mythology. According to their cosmology, Roraima is not merely a mountain but a living entity, the stump of an enormous tree that once connected the earth to the sky realms. Cut down in the mythic past, but still retaining its connection to other dimensions of reality. The Paman describe Roraima as a place where the world is thin, where the boundary between different planes of existence becomes permeable, allowing entities, energies, and even physical objects to pass between realms under certain conditions. Western rationalism might dismiss such perspectives as primitive animism, but this becomes more difficult when modern instruments detect measurable anomalies that correlate precisely with locations the Paman identify as particularly thin. In 2015, physicists conducting research on Roraima discovered unusual electromagnetic properties across the plateau, not the random variations one would expect from natural causes, but coherent patterns that formed what one researcher described as a mathematical language written in electromagnetic fluctuations. These patterns changed according to cosmic cycles, not just obvious ones like day and night or lunar phases, but complex astronomical alignments involving multiple celestial bodies, suggesting a system of remarkable complexity that somehow interfaces with both terrestrial and cosmic factors. Dr. Alejandro Vega, who led the research team, wrote in his journal, "What we're measuring can't be explained as random, natural phenomena. The patterns contain mathematical relationships of such precision and complexity that they suggest either an intelligent design or natural processes, operating at a level of organization we've never observed elsewhere on Earth." Perhaps most unsettling are the temporal anomalies reported by those who spend time on Roraimi's summit, experiences consistent enough across different observers to suggest something beyond psychological projection or misperception. Visitors describe periods where time seems to flow at different rates than normal, watches that run faster or slower than they should, biological processes that accelerate or decelerate without apparent cause, and subjective experiences of time that don't match objective measurements upon returning to the world below. In 2018, a chronobiology study conducted on Roraima found that human circadian rhythms, the internal biological clocks that regulate sleep-wake cycles, hormone release, and other bodily functions, shifted in unexpected ways during time spent on the plateau. These weren't the normal disruptions associated with changes in light exposure or schedule, but fundamental alterations in the timing mechanisms within human cells themselves, as if the biological experience of time was being modulated by something in the environment. Dr. Gabriela Mendez, who designed the study, concluded the effects we're measuring go beyond known environmental influences on circadian rhythms. Something about specific locations on Roraima affects fundamental biological timing mechanisms at the cellular level, as if the experience of time itself is different in these places. What makes Roraima particularly significant among mountain mysteries is how these anomalies intersect with documented historical puzzles surrounding the region. The mountain features prominently in the folklore of diverse indigenous groups across northern South America, with remarkable consistency in how they describe its properties and significance, despite these cultures having limited contact with one another. More puzzling are the apparent references to Roraima in European esoteric texts that predate any known European contact with the region. Descriptions in alchemical and Rosicrucian manuscripts from the 15th and 16th centuries that describe a floating mountain at the edge of the world, with properties matching Roraima's unique characteristics. These texts contain details about the mountain's appearance, its stone formations, and even specific biological oddities that weren't documented by Western science until centuries later, raising questions about how such knowledge could have reached medieval Europe before the age of exploration. Is Mount Roraima simply a place where unusual geological, evolutionary, and electromagnetic conditions create phenomena that seem paranormal but actually stem from natural causes we don't yet understand? Is it the last remnant of some advanced prehistoric civilization whose technologies or knowledge have been forgotten by conventional history? Or is the indigenous perspective closest to the truth, that this mountain exists at the intersection of multiple dimensions or planes of reality, a place where the normal boundaries between different aspects of existence become more permeable than elsewhere? Like so many mountain mysteries, the truth remains hidden, shrouded in the mists that frequently engulf Roraima's summit, protected by the sheer cliffs that make access challenging, guarded by natural conditions that limit extended scientific study, preserved in indigenous traditions that recognize some knowledge is best transmitted through story and metaphor rather than clinical documentation. What we do know is that somewhere on that isolated plateau rising impossibly from the jungle below, there are phenomena that challenge our understanding of biology, geology, physics, and perhaps even time itself, experiences and measurements that suggest reality may be more complex, more fluid, and more mysterious than our conventional frameworks acknowledge. And if you find yourself standing on that ancient surface among stones that seem to shift position when not observed directly, surrounded by life forms that shouldn't exist according to conventional evolutionary understanding, experiencing time that flows according to rhythms that don't match the world below, perhaps the wisest approach is to remember the Pamon teaching. The mountain does not reveal its secrets to those who demand them, only to those who are willing to receive what it chooses to show. Roraima has stood witness to hundreds of millions of years of Earth's history, watching species arise and vanish, continents drift and collide, climates warm and cool in great cycles beyond human reckoning. Whatever mysteries it holds have persisted through deep time and will likely remain long after a brief moment in Earth's story has passed. A reminder that some wonders aren't meant to be categorized or conquered, but simply experienced with the humility that comes from encountering something that transcends our limited understanding of what is possible in this vast and ancient world.